All right, everybody. How are you guys doing? I know it's crazy for me to actually go live on a Friday night. It's been a long time since I was live on a Friday night. And so, here I am. So, I wanted to just sort of, I don't know, talk wax poetic about this whole crazy Sebastian Rogers um, continuing saga, correct? That, whoops, sorry, messed my page up. The continuing saga of Sebastian Rogers, who went missing, was last seen February the 26th, went missing in a little town about 10 miles northeast of Nashville. It's Hendersonville, according to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. And all this is happening in Sumner County. It's interesting that Robin Rogers and Seth have begun to put out cease and desist orders. That is a trip. I'm not sure what they think they're doing, but I wanted to weigh in on it. Now, I know that you guys know that I have been absolutely outspoken, that I think Katie Proudfoot and Christopher Proudfoot, I think they have a problem on their hands. And I think that they have behaved in a way that is incredibly suspect. Hey, Pinky, how are you doing? I think that they have behaved in a way that's incredibly suspect. And in the beginning, I really, really, really felt like Seth was like an authentic person. I felt like we were really I felt like we were watching someone who was really committed to his son and was really committed to, heartbroken that his child is missing and that he's out there, doing everything he can to try to find his kid, basically. And I found him to be really sympathetic, I guess is a good word. Good evening. I am Two Bear. Welcome. Glad to have you here. I found that Seth Rogers was a sympathetic creature, authentic. Listening to him felt very comfortable. I mean, it was sad, but you didn't feel like you were being misled or manipulated or lied to, correct? And now my brain is I'm just blown away. This is the craziest thing I've ever seen, I think. I mean, I know that is hard to believe, this being YouTube, of course, because we have had some really crazy things happen in the true crime community. But this turnaround with Seth is shocking, absolutely shocking. And I'm going to just say it. I think Tony Mathis, he absolutely is at the heart of this. And I have said from the very moment that Tony reared his ugly head, I have said, this is a man who is tied up with Christopher Proudfoot. This is a guy who is working to undermine Seth's goals and ambitions related to his missing child. I believe it in my heart. I'm telling you guys, I am absolutely certain of that. And here's what I think has happened, okay? I thought to myself, I should make a video. I should do a expose where I take these bits and pieces of interviews or appearances on YouTube channels and such. I should go ahead and put them together and use it as receipts for my insight, how I arrived at the opinion that I currently have. to highlight, to show that Tony Mathis came into this thing under the wire. He entered as Katie and Christopher Proudfoot are destroying and blowing up their reputations. He entered under the wire, and the moment that Tony Mathis showed up, Christopher Proudfoot's wishes began to be fulfilled. That's right. Not a single one of Seth Rogers' original goals, his own, out of his own mouth, his stated goals, not one single one of Seth's original goals are in existence right now today. However, Christopher Proudfoot has gotten everything he wanted. And incidentally, he is using people like Cluminati to rehabilitate his image. And they're just dumb enough to give him that platform. Well, and I have been hearing that language of horses. Hey, Tootie. Hi, Teresa. I love Mickey Mouse. I am Two Bear Pinky. Fairy Meadows. Welcome, Fairy Meadows. Hey, Tommy Larson. Thank you so much for being here. Your comments were very sweet. I think this is Tony trying to make dollars for Seth. Well, how? So can you explain that, Tommy? Like, hey, Leave It Cats. You still think he's doped up. So I have heard people like on AB's live today. Oh no, maybe it wasn't AB. No. You know where I heard it? On Dolly's channel last night. Somebody was saying that they thought that Seth was using drugs, and that's part of the reason why he was easily manipulated. Now Seth charges in advance. No. What the hell are you talking about, Tommy? Seth is being paid to do interviews? 100% agree, Tootie. I 100% agree with you, Tootie. Charges for interviews. Wow. So let me just ask you, Tommy, if I wanted to interview Seth Rogers, what would I have to pay? Do we know, like, have they put out like a price or anything? Hey, Kathy R. How are you doing? Reach out to Tony, but I'm betting $500. Oh my God. You're kidding. This circus has paralleled the Summer Wells debacle. Has it paralleled or has it eclipsed, Donna? This whole $500 for an interview, I think it eclipses the Summer Wells case. Holy crap. I couldn't get more shot. Like, y'all really have literally just blown me away. And of course, this live is only continuing the drama by focusing on the drama and mistruths and off the wall suppositions. No, thank you. I can't convince myself that these efforts are any good. Well, Amy LaFours, what are the suppositions and drama? What's been said that is not, what has been said that's not true? Is it not true that Seth is charging for interviews? Because everybody seems to think that it's true. It is a shit show, Kathy. It's unbelievable. He sort of always was paid in a sense. The whole getting paid thing is another smear thing. I'm going to agree with you about that, Tootie. Let me say this. I have noticed that on this whole YouTube thing, even though YouTube puts the super chat button up, and everybody announces PayPal and all that, I've seen that if you're having your day in the sun as a creator and everybody likes you, then they're throwing super chats at you, they're throwing money at you left and right, and nobody cares. Everybody's okay with that, right? But the minute that someone decides that you're doing wrong, that you're up to no good, like, oh, you shouldn't be talking about Sebastian Rogers' missing child case, right? As soon as somebody makes this bizarre kind of just, oh, I think it's time for everybody to quit talking about that case and move to a different case. As soon as they do that, then they all play the grifter card, right? Oh, you are a grifter. You are, what was it Amy said? You are focusing on drama, mistruths, and off the wall suppositions. You are a tragedy pimp, Jules. You are making money off of the downfall of another family's misery. No, Amy. Apparently, the parents of the missing boy are now charging for interviews. So I wonder what your little group of friends thinks about that, because that's the worst. But it is, I think it is true, Tootie, that to accuse someone of being a grifter or taking money for nothing, accepting super chats, that's how people attack you on YouTube now. That's like a favorite tool. I won't call them trolls, but like if a group of people decide they don't like you, then one of their favorite tactics is accuse you of being a grifter, that you're, exploiting people for money. Did I make $1.50? Well, okay, so let me tell y'all this, okay, because I got tickled this afternoon. I watched a video, and it was a lady that did like the top 10 worst social media influencers on the web. And what this couple, this guy says, I got to get a job. He said, I accepted a job in Houston, so we have to move to Houston because look, let's just put it out there. Influencers, social media people, they just don't make what they used to. He said, for example, I had a video that had 2.4 million views, and he said, I only made $4,000. I mean, I had to record that video. It took me an hour of recording. It took me an hour of editing to make a video that lasted a little over a minute, and I only made $4,000. And I thought, okay, this would be so fun to show people what I make. It would be so fun for you guys to see how much I don't make. Okay, I just want to be clear about that. We're talking pennies. I can do a video, get 1,000 views or 2,000 views, and make 7 cents. So I'd be damn happy of $1.50, Kathy. I would be damn happy. I'll tell you how bad it is. I think about now, I'm not even going to do ads on my videos because they're annoying, number one. It's annoying when you have to try to wait on an ad to play so you can watch somebody's video. And it's giving me pennies. So why do I want to do that? I don't even want to monetize them. Just, you don't really make anything anyway. And it's less annoying to everybody else that want to watch it. So yeah, I would be happy for $1.50 for sure. I agree with you, but I really wasn't smart enough to realize that. I don't know. It's not good. He sort of always was paid in the sense of the word. Yeah. Well, I don't know. So anyway, to get back to what I was saying, I definitely noticed a pattern that as Seth's support began to dwindle and go down, more and more people were speaking out against him, Christopher Proudfoot became happier and happier. I've been here on this earth long enough to know that wasn't accidental. And I also have been here long enough to know that the hundreds of us that felt like Tony was definitely working on the behalf of Christopher Proudfoot, we can't all be wrong. And now look where we are today. Now for Robin Rogers and Seth and the cease and desist letters, and all of that, I think it's really important for you guys to take a step back and consider, who the hell did you ask for help when that kid went missing? Who did you reach out to, and who responded immediately with no requests for money, no request for payment? People like Terry Lynn, people that legitimately were very concerned and very worried and only wanted to give help, support and help. Oh, I know, Tootie. I'm with you. I know. Oh yeah, Christopher Proudfoot, chipper on all the panels, HTC. That man is happy as a pig in slop. Absolutely. Yep. Look at Trevor Lee. He did, in my opinion, Trevor Lee did one of the most important things in this case in terms of getting justice for Sebastian, and that was getting Nina's story out. You guys, that was so important. It was so important. And to listen to Seth turn on Trevor Lee made me nauseated, made me sick to my stomach. So I think Seth is making a huge error listening to Tony Mathis. And here's what you don't know. Neither Tony knows this, nor does Seth. But me and you, hey, Kim, me and you, those of us that, basically live in the town of YouTube, we know this. Sebastian's case is not going to be around forever. Sadly, excruciatingly painfully, there's going to be another missing kid. And when that missing kid shows up, when the story starts, and all of these very wonderful, kind people that reached out to you, Seth, to help you with Sebastian, they're going to totally turn away from you. I mean, you basically already have lost everybody. And I was fairly horrified, Robin. I was fairly horrified that you said, because of all the people that were talking about the case, that's why y'all don't have any searchers anymore. That's why your search groups went down from 20, 50 people searching to 5 people searching. You think people quit searching for Sebastian because we were on YouTube talking about Sebastian? That is not why. They quit searching because Christopher Proudfoot and his goons were chasing people around, scaring them, threatening them. And then you and Seth started going online and attacking those very people that were out there searching for your grandson. The fact that you in your mind for even a moment would believe that a bunch of people commenting on YouTube about the facts of the search, that we're responsible for the dwindling participation and interest, that sounds like Tony Mathis blowing smoke up your hoo-ha, if you know what I mean. This is, you guys are listening to the wrong people. I'm telling you, Tony Mathis 100% is dialed in with Christopher Proudfoot. I am absolutely convinced of it. Knowing what I know about the Corpus Christi thing, you guys have been led astray in a horrible way. And so Tony's saying, oh, you charge, $500 an interview. You're in such high demand. You watch and see what happens to your high demand. You watch. It's gone. If this is true, what you guys are telling me, they're done. They're finished. Yeah, how long did it take for Summer Wells to drop off the YouTube antenna? I mean, there was like one or two channels that sort of kept it going, kind of arguing back and forth with each other. But in terms of the reputable YouTube channels, the large channels that kind of get the information out there for people to see, it just people. I think, and y'all can correct me, but didn't the interest in Summer Wells, didn't it begin to fall off when they made that weird phone call pretending to be someone else? No. That Candace acted like Don was being arrested. Y'all remember that? And it was all BS. It was all contrived. It was all made up. And they did it on purpose against the YouTube audience. And that was the beginning of the end in terms of the Summer Wells case. Yep. Hey, Cinnamon, how are you? Keister Money. I have said that since Tony latched on to Seth. There's too many connections. So many connections, Keister. There's so many connections between them. Dolly flew down with snake boots around his neck to search, and they chased him away. Absolutely, Peachy. Like the minute he drove up, right? That was the craziest thing I've seen. And what's his JLR? They really misrepresented him. I was watching him. I had been following him from the where he was going down to the border, and he was doing a lot of videos like with the illegals crossing over into the US and what Border Patrol was doing, and things like that. So I subscribed to his channel, and I was watching that circus going on. And so when he then took off and went up to Tennessee, then that was what led me to Sebastian Rogers' case, was that JLR went up there and started covering it. So that's how I, saw it. And like even that day they were searching and they thought they found the dead body. And, he moved back. He stopped where he was. He moved back. He had the cameras on the dogs, but he wasn't trying to like zoom in close to see something gory or bad. He treated it with complete respect. I was aghast when people started talking about how he was running towards it and he was being intrusive. None of that was true. None of it was true. I watched it live while it was happening. Jacob's mama, I'm done with it. And I was laterally trying to help, have even been to Hendersonville, or literally trying to help, have even been to Hendersonville on my vacation, handing out flyers and trying to help. Not again. I'm done. See, y'all better listen to Jacob's mama, because she knows what she's talking about. And Seth and Robin and Tony Mathis. Pay attention to what Jacob's mama is saying. You are going to ruin it for the next missing kid, the next family that needs volunteers and needs help because of what you guys have done. People giving their time, their money. I know I gave $50 for somebody to buy some equipment that they needed. And those people went out there out of the goodness of their heart. Seth, you're so big talking about church with Pascal. What happened to all that? Who are you now? You Mr. Little Billy Badass? Is that who you are now, Seth? Tony has blown smoke up your ass for this long. Now you're finally like, oh, I'm part of the cool kid group. Now I'm a tough guy, just like Christopher Proudfoot. Look at me go. I'm going to charge for interviews. You won't make another dime, Seth. Not another dime. Pete, you don't understand. You are not a celebrity. The reality is that your son is missing and sadly maybe worse. And now you want to act like where did it enter your head that you're a celebrity? That is not you. That's not your personality. That came from a narcissistic mind. Was that you, Tony? Are you the one that blew smoke up the ass of the boss? Ooh, he's the boss. Seth's the boss man. Ask the boss man. Seth may not recognize what you are, Tony. I recognize what you are. And frankly, between you and Christopher Proudfoot, I'd rather have dinner with Christopher Proudfoot than with you, because you're a snake. At least Christopher Proudfoot is letting his ass out there in public for people to see what a jerk he is. No, you're up to no good. You're up to bad business, and everybody can see it. And you've ruined it now for Sebastian. And you look at what Jacob's mama said. She took vacation. She took her own time to come and help, hand out flyers and such. And then you turn around and act this way. It is shocking. And Robin Rogers, you're the worst of all. That's your grandson. He came to you and told you that he was being hurt. He came to you and told you what was going on. You claim to be a nurse practitioner. Aren't you supposed to be a mandated reporter, ma'am? It wasn't your job for you to decide whether to keep it secret for him. The last thing Sebastian Rogers needed was someone to keep the secrets of the asshole that was hurting him. So I don't know who you think you are coming in and telling channels that they can't use Sebastian's name and that they can't talk about the story. I don't know who you think you are, but you want to bring your lawyers and sue me for using his name? Bring it on. It's the craziest story this is nuts, y'all. This is not, it has been a long time since I got fired up like this. It has been a long time since someone got on my last nerve. Man, I'm just mortified. All of these people that gave so much for y'all. They gave so much. Look at CJ. CJ would drive, I think it was like 5 hours in the morning, search all day, and then drive 5 hours home. He did that on his days off, and you guys tried to set him up with a bald-faced lie. You didn't know he was recording. You had it all. You were caught in a lie. So I don't know what they're up to, but I certainly do believe one thing I feel certain of: Tony Mathis is undermining Seth Rogers. I am certain of that, and I feel like Seth was tricked, and I hate to say that, but I wish he would have been stronger in pushing back on Tony Mathis. I wish he had been stronger to stay away from this idea that he could make money off of his missing child. How about that, you guys? You guys want to call people tragedy pimps. You want to call people grifters, and all that. Where are you calling Seth out to be a tragedy pimp? If he's charging $500 or if he's charging $50 for an interview, I don't care what it is. Isn't that the definition of tragedy pimp? I cannot imagine my pet being missing and me go to a news station or go to a YouTube channel creator and say, I've got a missing dog, or I've got a missing child, or I'm a missing, my old mom is missing, or whatever. Will you help me? Will you help me get the story out? And then them say, sure, yeah, come on, I'll give you, we'll interview you and put it all out there. And then me say, okay, that's going to be, $50, please. What? Seth, these channel creators, these news people, they're doing you a favor. Now, I don't care what idiot Tony Mathis is telling you, but it's wrong. You have just about lost every bit of support you ever had. You are literally helping them get away with this. Why? Anyway, I have nothing else to say. It's done. Tony is baloney. Tony needs to go. Besides, don't y'all know baloney sucks? Did y'all know that? Baloney is gross. I've always said the Wells are the ultimate tragedy pimps, but Seth Rogers said, "Here, hold my beer." That is very well said, HTC. Very well said. Cash grab. After this, Big Daddy boss man gonna have to go back to work. And what was it, Jacob's mom? What was it that Christopher Proudfoot said? He said, "I got to get up and go to work in the morning. I don't have a GoFundMe." Y'all remember that? How long did it take Tony Mathis to get Seth's GoFundMe taken down? How long? And suddenly Christopher Proudfoot is just happy as a clam. People can become simpletons when they are vulnerable. It 100%, Tootie. Absolutely agree. And I think you kind of you carefully, softly hit on exactly what I'm trying to get out there without saying it. We got to know who we are. We got to know why we believe what we believe. Because for people that struggle with identity, people that struggle with understanding what the goals are, other people can play on their weaknesses. If for example, if I feel self-conscious, if I feel like, oh, I'm not attractive, I've got wrinkles, I'm an old lady, right? I feel unattractive. The right person could come in and start building me up and saying, "Oh my God, you look so good. Like, you look great for your age. What are you talking about? Not for your age. You just look great in general. You are a hottie. You should be putting yourself out there. You're amazing." And because that is my weakness, but that I feel unattractive, that unscrupulous person that might know that begins building me up. And pretty soon that person could have me doing strange things like, "Oh, you could totally do what is it called? What is it when people do the videos and do like the sex videos? OnlyFans." An unscrupulous person, knowing that my weakness was that I'm unattractive because I'm old lady, that person could then build me up. And once I started enjoying that feedback, then convince me to do something like an OnlyFans and say, "Oh, you're going to make so much money. You're going to be, because you're so great, yada, yada." And really, it would just be, okay, granny porn is just sort of sometimes people will look at it as a spectacle, right? So I worry that that's what's happened with Seth. The way that Tony Mathis calls him boss and, "Oh, he tells me what to do." Everybody clearly knows that Seth is not telling Tony what to do. We know that. We've seen it. We saw it in action. The Seth that we see today in no way resembles that kind-hearted, loving father that we originally saw weeping and crying looking for his son. Doesn't even exist, does not resemble the guy. Yeah. Hey, Kathy Klimek. Cheers. 100%. 100% that I'm old and wrinkly? No, I know I'm old and wrinkly. I'm good with it. So, look, I'm aging gracefully, but I think that Botox is grace. So, got a little bit of help there. I'm starting to think that they all know where he is, and they did this to make money. Some people have suggested that. That is true. Hey, Shalimar, I agree with you, except I don't believe that Christopher and Katie intend to be there for Seth in the end. Oh my gosh, no. I think they hate Seth. I think they hate Seth's guts. Absolutely. I think a lot about, does anyone think Seth is alive? Is Seth missing? Do they all know he's dead and so they want to make money while the sun shines? I think one of them knows if he's dead or not. And I think we all know who it is. Look, at one of the older videos, Seth comes out and he says that the cops told him, and I hope I get this right. Oh, Sebastian. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah. Hey, Queen of Hearts. I see a sweet baby in your thumbnail. Pretty, pretty. He thinks they are people he can trust, but I fear he's being duped. I am certain he's being duped. Absolutely. Yeah. No, I think that for sure. And the grandmother seems so wonky, doesn't she? That is so hard for me to believe. She's a nurse practitioner. No, ma'am, you need to get down. Thank you. Sorry, I'm fighting with the cat. The grandmother seems wonky to me. She's supposedly nurse practitioner. Nurse practitioners are not, medical professionals are not uncomfortable making reports to CPS. A doctor, nurse practitioner, we are primarily the first reporters of a child that's in trouble, right? That's not unusual for us to make those calls. So I just can't imagine what in the hell she was thinking. If he tells her that he's having these problems, why wouldn't she report it? It just blows my mind. It blows my mind. I liked her at first, but after she went in on JLR and then the CJ thing, not so much. Yeah, and it was like she used the same MO with both of them, wasn't it? It was very odd. And these are two guys that were just like Jacob's mom, giving their own time, spending their own money to go out there and try to help find out what happened to their grandson. All of them are bad news. That poor kid did not have a chance. Yeah, I'm pretty angry about the entire situation at this point, Cinnamon. We heard those recordings where they were like at a birthday party or something, and Sebastian makes some kind of comment about the game that they're playing. And you can even hear Christopher Proudfoot's sister, the way she talks to him, it was just with such disdain, right? And it made me furious because even though he's on the spectrum, it doesn't mean that he doesn't want to engage. He clearly was just trying to be a part of the fun. That's all he wanted, was just to be a part of the fun. And the way she talked to him was, I'm telling you, if I'd been sitting at the next table, I wouldn't have been able to control my mouth. I would have said something to her about the way she talked to him. It was awful. Robin knows that Chris arranged that job for Seth. If she did something to create animosity between the two dads, Chris could do something to take that job away. So Emmy Joe, I mean, I think that is an incredibly important point. What do you guys, I would agree with that, certainly. What do you think about this idea that Chris arranged the job for Seth? Why would Chris do that? Like, what do you think that's about? Yeah, at HTC, it showed the video where the sister is being so rude to Sebastian, and he's just sort of being pushed to the side. It definitely makes it clear that the whole Proudfoot family was really open and accepting of mistreating Sebastian. Yeah. I don't think he got the job for him. I think he just saw the job was open and told him about it. That is why Robin used the excuse of Sebastian not wanting to jeopardize his dad's career. Yeah, I'm not sure. Emmy, I'm not sure Sebastian used those words, right? but I understand. I mean, I get what the sentiment for sure. Maybe not Sebastian worrying about jeopardizing the career, but maybe the Robin did not want to jeopardize Seth's career. That might be more accurate. I mean, I'm not telling you that what you're saying is wrong. I'm guessing the way the story has come out. Maybe it was actually Robin that decided, I'm not going to make a report because I don't want to mess up Seth's job. It'd be hard to believe that after hearing the recordings of Sebastian talking, it'd be really hard. It would be hard for me to believe that he might make that connection in his mind that Dad's job is only there because Chris got it for him. That seems a way too abstract for him to have got. But maybe he did. I didn't know him, so. I picked up on the sarcasm, but you know what they say, you can't put an accent on a t-shirt, right? So you got to be really careful when we're doing text and stuff that we don't misunderstand each other. But I'm on your same wavelength, very sarcastic. It's not the story doesn't ring true. Doesn't seem right. Yeah, for sure. Robin is Seth's mother. Chris never wanted kids. Yeah, that brings up another part. So I know this idea about Chris never wanting kids, yada yada. And then there's kids with Nina. And I don't know about the other women, the other wives, but we know with Nina, he wasn't gentle. According to her, he wasn't kind to the kids. But then he and his family are in this court battle to try to take custody of Faith. At one point, they even tried to kind of kidnap her, I guess you could call it, though I don't know. I'm not saying he kidnapped her, but according to the story that Nina told, it seemed like there was a contrived effort to take control of the baby and keep Nina away from the baby. That's what I mean. I don't mean like steal the baby and run off into the night, I wonder if maybe that was being driven by Christopher's mom. Maybe it was Christopher's mom that wanted the baby. I mean, I've seen that before, but I don't think, Christopher, none of the stories that have come out have made the suggestion that Christopher was a warm, fuzzy guy who loved little kids. I haven't heard a single person with a story like that. Yeah, I think most of the stories that we've heard about Christopher and the kids, Christopher has been in the role of punisher, right? That the children are simply tools that are used to inflict pain on the mothers. A really abusive, emotionally abusive scenario. Not uncommon with domestic abusers. Hey, Lady Rebel, welcome. How are you doing? See, Liebekat said just what I said. Yeah, I wondered if it was the mother, if it was Christopher's mom who technically wanted Faith. Yep, that's right. And the hold on a second. I got too many windows open. So sorry. I was going to show you why. You want to know why I say maybe it was Christopher's mom that wanted Faith? Maybe it was Christopher's mom who said, hey, let's take her to court and let's get custody. Right there. That's all you need to know, right? Whoops. Sorry, I got to take something down. Y'all can't see it. Hold on. Right there. That's it right there in a nutshell. Why would a grandma tell her son you got to get custody of your little of your daughter? Because grannies want to hold little creatures that look like that, right? So I don't know. I don't know what the story. Yeah, exactly. Crime in a bottle. Exactly. Yep. Incidentally, that's my little grandbaby right there. Grandma might want her new dolly. Chris is a jerkaroonie. Love the word. Look at Tootie coming up in here, making all kinds of new words. Love it. Love, love, love. Thank you, Leba Cats. Thank you, I am to bear. She's nothing more than a possession. Yeah, it's really worrisome. Oh, that is so weird. I cannot sit here and look at myself. That is weird, weird, weird. Let's see. There we go. How about we leave it at that? That looks good. Jerkaroonie, the San Francisco. You know what it is? Jerkaroonie, the Sumner County treat. There you go. He's the gift that keeps on giving. So, what did you guys think of the recent YouTube experiences with Katie Proudfoot and Christopher giggling and laughing and telling all kinds of stories about Sebastian? Did y'all buy it, or did they sound like they were drunk and, the ultimate duper's delight? She's growing so fast, DB. Today, she had her very first laugh. It was her very first laugh. Oh, look, see, we got Lady Rebel here coming in hot on the topic. She gets it. She knows what we're talking about because she was the target of exactly what Nina experienced. Lady Rebel says, my mother-in-law did not want me in the picture to raise my stepson. She did the most trying to split us up. I'm telling you, y'all do not underestimate the power of a granny. Don't do it. Don't underestimate the power of a granny. Grannies want those grandbabies. So you got to be careful. They are giddy that Seth is getting duped. They're so fake. I listened to that and I was livid. I said, I can't even do a live about it because I'm so disgusted. The only purchase for me is their rebrand plan is working, but they can't fool all of us. They hadn't fooled me. They haven't fooled you, Shalimar. There's plenty of people that are watching this little Cluminati, love fest that, what do they call it? Cuddle puddle or cuddle puddle? No, we're not buying the happy, carefree bullshit, Chris and Katie. You might be able to fool some of those people. You yourselves may actually be getting used. Cluminati is no fool. She's got you coming up on her channel. She's making bank. She's getting the views. And all she's got to do is just play along. Oh, we support you, Chris. We support you, Katie. You're such a good mommy. Fun fact, we had us a little bit of skitty. Oh, my God. Just quit. Quit. Nobody believes that you made spaghetti pancakes, Katie. No one believes that. I had an abusive stepdad, now single 25 years, so my kids would never have to worry about it. Bingo, I am to bear. Do you know how many parents collect their children and make a run for it just to save the child from having to go through the pain and abuse of a step parent that they had to experience? Absolutely. Yes, Isla had her first laugh. Yep. Made my daughter want to cry. It was so sweet. She said, I wasn't prepared for it to sound so sweet. Maybe they are really what Seth said they were from the beginning. I am still trying to picture a sketty pancake. Do you put syrup on it? Yeah, I mean, I think you do. Let me see. Give me just a second here. You guys just talk amongst yourself and let's try a Friday night entertaining video for you because it's pretty weird. Y'all just talk amongst yourselves. Okay, here we go. We're gonna do a how to in the middle of the true crime. I tell you what's a crime. It's a crime to do this to your pancakes. That's what's a crime. And how do I get my Tinkerbell off there? Okay, there we go. It's a crime to do this to your pancakes, folks. But here we go. This is a how-to on how to make spaghetti pancakes. Fun fact, I made breakfast, spaghetti pancakes. You know, he's 15 years old. He likes snacks.
Making pancake spaghetti at the moment. So I thought to myself, can I make gluten?
Okay, nobody wants gluten-free pancakes.
Powdered sugar. You would air pump squeeze.
That is a steady pancake.
Don't try and flip the pancake spaghetti. It's impossible. So there you have it. If you're celiac, you can make gluten-free pancakes.
Okay, so there you have it. Fun fact, Katie Proudfoot got up in the morning after, or with a whole big day ahead planned, gonna have colossal popcorn, gonna go skating, gonna go do all of Sebastian's favorite things. She starts the day by making complicated, sketty pancakes. Who believes that? Who believes it? Teresa, do you believe that? I just want to know. Oh my God, the sketty pancakes. I can only see her pouring a vodka. Okay, the question is, Tootie, does she pour the vodka before she spirals the sketty sauce onto the pan or after she spirals the sketty batter onto the pan? Who believes this? Nobody. Teresa says bullshit. I'm with Teresa. I'm going to go sit over there with Teresa. Yeah, no. Katie, no one believes you. You did not get up in the morning and make skitty pancakes. And after staying up until midnight, until your husband said, okay, it's after midnight. Now you can go to bed. No, that didn't happen, Katie. People have too much common sense. This story is not real, Katie. It's not true. You did not stay up to midnight and wait until your husband gave you permission to go to bed. That didn't happen. You did not get up in the morning and go and make sketty pancakes. And this idea that you took your son to 3 very, very stimulating, very, very public places all in one day, that would be a really irresponsible thing for a mother of someone who is on the spectrum. That would be a really irresponsible thing to do. That just didn't happen. It just didn't happen. I do not see her doing anything beyond opening in Timmons pastry box. Let's see, vodka and lime. Make sure you put milk in that and not vodka. If you've had enough of this case and the drama, oh my God, DB, I got to tell you about Karen Reed, okay? I have not been covering the case. So I fell asleep. I had a 16-hour airplane trip from hell. I mean, from hell, I promise, okay? From hell. I had this horrible trip, absolutely just exhausted, worse than I've been in years and years. It was terrible. I don't even want to go into it or even think about it. And so I was trying to go to sleep. My whole body hurt. It was a horrible experience. And so I'm like, oh my God, I can't sleep. I'm tossing and turning. My legs hurt. I'm exhausted. So I got my computer out and I put some random video. I don't even remember what it was. Just something to try to slow my brain down and quit thinking. I fell asleep. And then I woke up like at 2:00 in the morning and the video's playing, and it is somebody giving testimony in the Karen Reed trial. Now, while I was lying there half asleep and I heard this voice, I thought the voice was Anthony Fauci. And I thought, oh God, the computer is playing like you know how they the Congress questioned Anthony Fauci the other day? But as I'm lying there listening, the guy says something about, oh, well, they were playing grab ass, blah, blah, blah. And I said, that can't be Anthony Fauci. What do you mean? And so that's when I rolled over then and looked and I thought, well, who? And it wasn't Anthony Fauci. It was the Karen Reed trial. So that Jen McCabe, her testimony was a bag of lies. So the guy that sounds like Anthony Fauci, is that her husband? Is that Jen McCabe's husband? Whoever it was, they were questioning him on the position of Karen Reed's SUV. Yeah, Sebastian is 15, not 5. Yeah, she talks about him like he's 5. Okay, so that was Jen McCabe's husband. There you go. So I watched that testimony, right, in the middle of the damn night after the day from hell, and I watched it, and I totally know he's lying, Shalimar. The guy's lying. You could see it. He was so uncomfortable. There was no doubt. And I thought, now what is the chance that of all I've not seen any of the Karen Reed stuff, the first bit of testimony that I see, it's so blatantly obvious this guy's telling a lie. Now I get why everybody is up in arms about that trial. Yep. It's crazy. The prosecution tried to get away with a mirrored video. Is that right? That's what all that questioning was about. Wow. Yeah, I couldn't believe watching him. You could see he was so uncomfortable. I haven't watched any of it, Martian Planet. Not any. That was strictly by accident that I saw that video. The prosecution just put forth the fraudulent version. So what was how did the video, them changing it, how does it help the prosecution of Karen? Jackson and Yannetti are the dream team. I don't agree, Jules. Watch Roberta Glass from today. Okay, so is Roberta Glass, she's another witness in the Karen Reed trial? Let me see if we can find it. I'm telling you, I was hooked. After watching that guy and me just being blown away, I was like, wow, I can't believe I've missed this trial. Let's see. Oh, no, Roberta Glass is someone who has a true crime channel. Tired of the misinformation and propaganda in true crime. Karen Reed's bad acting. Oh, okay. So Roberta Glass. Roberta Glass is pro prosecution. Yeah, I've never seen her before. No, you cannot get out. No. No, no, no. Get back. Sorry, the cat's trying to break out. You're not going outside. No, 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 no. Sorry, sister. Go to Uncivil Law, and he has little short videos on it. I guess I need to catch up. That's what I'm thinking, HDC. Maybe we need to do that. It did help the prosecution. It covered the fact that the police were around the bumper. They were misleading the jury. She had looked into many innocence fraud cases. Well, I'm definitely going to look, Jackie. Turtle Boy has been cut. Yeah, I saw the whole Turtle Boy saga. Like he got arrested, you know. I would say Roberta Glass is anti-innocence fraud. Wait a minute. Innocence fraud. Anti-innocence fraud. You're not going outside. Quit. No. No, no, no. No. I need a distraction. Me too, HDC. I'm over this circus that Tony Mathis has created. Okay, so Martian planet. Oh, I can't do a link. Oh, yes, I can. If I go to my YouTube channel, I can. Sorry, my cat just went crazy and knocked over a water bottle. Okay, let me go to my YouTube channel so I can click the link that you left. Hold on. I hate looking at my face. Hold on. I watched. Okay, now is Uncivil Law. Will he? If I play him, will he strike me? Yeah, my cat got really mad at me because I wouldn't let her out. She was trying to go out the window. I had the window cracked because it's like really nice and cool. The air is like really great. Like you just wouldn't believe how good it feels. And so I had the windows open and she was trying to get out the window. Okay, so Uncivil Law will not strike me if we listen to his video, right? Is that what you're saying, DB? Because Queen Bee struck my channel. That's right. She struck my channel, but and the reason is because I played about, I don't know, all in total maybe around 12 minutes. Where they were giving out incredibly wrong information about autism and medication and attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. And I am, in fact, a licensed psychologist. This is what I do. And so I played what they were saying, and then I gave the accurate information, right? I answered their questions, so to speak. And she absolutely struck my channel for that. So those of you that think Queen Bee is such a nice person, I would rethink that if I were you. Well, so if you get three strikes, they take your channel. I don't know why she struck me. I was nice, Tommy. It wasn't like I said, "Oh, y'all don't know what you're talking about, and you're stupid and wrong." None of that. They played it, and I just clarified. I just gave information. I didn't. It wasn't personal. I didn't say y'all don't know what you're talking about. None of that. I just clarified. Like one of the things they were saying that Seth was such a bad guy because he would not give he wasn't given the amphetamine, like the Ritalin. He was not given the amphetamine medication to Sebastian on the weekends when he would come visit, and that he was responsible for hurting Sebastian because Sebastian's blood chemistry was going up and down, taking his medicine, not taking his medicine. It was so bad for him, la, la, la. And I just said, it's actually really common practice. Doctors suggest it. I'm talking about physicians. They suggest that if they're not in school, you don't have to give them the medication. Give them a break from it. So most of the kids that I work with that are on medication, they do not take their medication on the weekend. Or during the summer if they can get away with it. If they go to camp, sometimes they'll take their medication while they're in camp just for social skills and stuff. But that's all. I didn't tell them that, y'all are so dumb. Y'all don't know what you're talking about. I just tried to help. And she was a bitch. Get with Lycan Legion. He will probably help you with appeals. I don't know how to do any of that, Lady Rebel. Yeah. I thought it was really strange, though, because people do reaction videos all the time, right? Why don't they get strikes? Or is Queen Bee just being a really petty bitch and did it because she can? Like, why? What does she get out of it? She told Brandy that Sarah Wondra was charged with whatever she was charged with on live. I don't think I know that story, HDC. If you appeal, you'll win. People strike when it's fair use all the time. Yeah, no, I got the video to come up. I'm just scared uncivil law might come after me. Well, I'm gonna say this, Lady Rebel, and I don't want it to be like me. I'm not being offensive toward other people or judging them or anything like that. But after she struck me, I went and listened more. I'm not really a well, I'm not a listener at all to her channel, but someone had told me about this conversation that they were having and was shocked and said, how many parents are going to listen to these people saying these things and they're going to have the wrong information. So the person gave me the link and the timestamp on where that was at. And so I listened and I was like, yeah, that is completely inaccurate information, completely misleading people. And so I made the video then. After I got struck, then I was like, okay, what kind of weirdo are you? And I went over to listen more. And since I've done that, I wonder to myself, why? She's not a very nice person, right? It's too much drama. It's too personal attacks on people. It's too much. I did not know he was in Houston. I had no idea. That's cool. So I'll call him. I'll call Uncivil Law and I'll say, please, Uncivil Law, can I please use one of your videos to comment on in my channel? We Houston people need to stick together. She's purely mad that you showed her up. Is she a psychologist, Lady Rebel? Or like a therapist or something? They strike to docs. Well, and that's the other part, right? That if you respond, if you appeal it, then she has my information. The Young Jerks is a great channel covering the case. Uncivil is offering an occasional opinion, but isn't actually covering the case. Fractured Fairy Tales, my friend, how are you? I think you may have stumbled into the Krama Hood. I fell into that bitch. I went right into the Krama Hood, face first. It was terrible. Yeah, she got me, Fractured Fairy Tales. I've never, ever, ever had a strike. It's my first one ever. It's my first one ever, and it wasn't even bad. Like, I really wasn't it was such a low-key video. Her rap sheet is longer than her educational resume. So she's been arrested before. You know what I felt? I'll tell you something else I fell into that blew my mind. Have y'all heard of Kelsey Ray? Do y'all know who that is? I know. Weird things happen. Weird things happen when one gets weary and irritated. Okay, so the first strike, they usually give you a pass. Okay, so Kelsey Ray, oh my God, this chick is a trip. Hold on. Let me show you, because I can show wait, not Kelsey Ray. That's not her name. That's not who I'm talking about. Hold on, let me see. Kelsey Unschool. Here she is. This girl is just too cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Hang on a minute and I'll share this video. So this is another one of those videos from, just being exhausted and just thinking, my brain can't quit thinking, make it go away, make it stop. And so I got caught up in this story, and she's a trip now. So she is an influencer, right? She's a TikTok influencer. She like does multi-level marketing. She sells all this stuff. And so she basically goes on this rant and starts saying that she's not going to sign paperwork for her child from school. She's got a kid in first grade. She's not going to sign the paper that the teacher's trying to control her, and she just goes crazy. This is the true ick, HDC. This chick is really a trip. Anyway, she's trying to sell her product. She's like number 3 at this MLM company, and brace yourselves, okay? She's selling drinks that are basically liquid ketones. She's claiming that you drink her drink and then you drink the ketones and you're in ketosis. So you're going to lose weight. You're going to lose weight. And I'm thinking to myself, why hasn't anyone had the heart to tell this chick that the ketones are actually a byproduct of the process of ketosis, and it's dangerous. But you putting ketones in somebody for someone else to drink, that means that you're just drinking someone else's metabolized problem. It's gross when you stop to think about it. If you know the science, Yeah, HDC knows the science. It's disgusting to think about drinking someone else's ketones. Okay, it's gross. Now, I don't think it technically is. I think it's BS. I think it's just, I don't know, maybe it's malt. You don't know what they're adding in there claiming it to be ketones because it's MLM, because it is falls under the whole vitamins and supplements crap. It's not regulated. So she can sell pure water and call it ketones if she wanted to. But nevertheless, so she's number 3 in this company. She's pushing ketones, trying to get people to buy these drinks. She is, in fact, another Shanann Rusek. It's exactly another Shanann Rusek, except on steroids. Trust me. Shanann was a sweetheart compared to this chick. So she's trying to sell these drinks. And I think I may be wrong about this. It took me like 3 weeks to get to this opinion. I think she started the whole push for unschooling. Yeah, that's right. She's going to unschool her child. She's going to take her child out of school and let the child decide, the first grader, going to let the child decide what it is that he wants to learn about. He's going to do self-guided learning. I'm not making this up, I promise. Here it comes, the truth. A lady named Echo, who is the bomb. Lady named Echo brings facts to the table. Number 1, this multi-level marketing nightmare who starts, she has as a goal, she wants to put together a group of 1 million mothers who are unschooling their kids. That's her goal. Now, how long does it take for you to get to the point of going, well, wait a minute. If she becomes a hero of the unschooling movement, if she gets together 1 million parents that want to be, in this unschooling support group, then that's an awful lot of captive audience to sell your ketones to, right? So I'm convinced this lady is full of it and that she's simply trying to figure out a way to sell more of this gross drink, right? So let me play some of this because you are going to die. You're going to die when you see this. You're going to die.
Hey, it's Kelsey Ray coming at you live from Charleston. I got our hopping on. Say hi, say hello in the comments. If you are in the realm of trying to start any kind of health journey or start a path to just becoming healthier, getting more energy, moving your body, and you're just curious about it, this is how I started doing it 4 years ago, and it has been such an amazing experience over the past 4 years. So I'm going to walk you guys through exactly what I've done and how it has been not effortless, but it has been a little bit more of an easier journey than being on a strict diet.
Okay, so she's selling, right?
Let me know so I can put your name into my giveaway. I need some water.
I mean, I'm having flashbacks to Shanann Rusek.
Oh my God, I didn't even know that there was this massive, hold on y'all. I need to put this here because.
So she's putting all of her products out on display, right? For her selling what she's gonna sell. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, her name is Kelsey Ray. There must be another Kelsey Ray. All right. So let me see. I don't want all of her dieting. Did she take her videos down? That is impossible. Oh, it looks like maybe she lost her.
Hey, it's Kelsey Ray coming at you live from Charleston. As y'all are hopping on, please say hi. In the comments, make sure you tap that share button. You comment the word shared because I will put your name into my giveaway that I run every single week. So I'm going to get.
Okay. So she is going to put together a group of 1 million unschooled moms. Okay. People that she's encouraging to take their kids out of school, let the children self-guide what they want to learn from each day to the next. And we learned from Echo that this young woman right here, she has no high school diploma and she has no GED. She is, in fact, one of the small percentage of people in the United States that is literally uneducated. Just about every person in the United States either has a high school diploma or a GED. So that's kind of clue number one, right? Her hatred towards the school system and talking about the teachers like the teachers are out to get me. They're targeting me. They're targeting my child. It's like listening to a teenager mad at their own teacher or their mom. So you got to ask yourself, okay, why doesn't she have a GED or a diploma? Because most people do in this country, right? She was homeschooled herself. And at the age of 17, she was actually found guilty of attempted murder of her best friend. Now, she didn't succeed in killing her best friend, but she tried and she went to jail for it. And that's according to the research that was done by Echo, right?
Get ready with you guys. I've already done half of my head. We're going to do the other half. And if you have any questions as we're going through this, you can absolutely ask me anything. I will answer any and all questions that you guys have about anything. And also some really good, exciting news, you guys. I don't know if y'all have how long you've been following me. You can drop OG in the comments if you've been around for a while. But my main TikTok, which is at almost 900,000 followers. I will tell some of you have watched my stories, and if you do watch my stories, do me a favor, drop a heart in the comments so that I can tell you thank you. Because you might have watched my stories this morning where you saw and heard that my TikTok came back and how I got it back. So about, I don't know, honestly, I feel like it's been about a month that it's been gone. Maybe, I don't even know, to be honest. Time has been such a blur lately. And somebody was reporting me. I think it was a lot of somebody's reporting me while I was on live talking about like some spicy stuff, but I wasn't talking about anything crazy, nothing to get me banned and because I know better, right? And so anyways, it got banned. And so every single day, this is how persistent I am. Every single day, make sure there's nothing on my counter that you guys can see.
What? She said, oh, I'm going to make sure there's nothing on my calendar that you guys shouldn't see. How many of you are having visions of Ruby Frankie? How many? How many of you are having visions of these, what do they call them? Mom influencers? What in the world? So here's the second bit of thought that I had related to this chickadee. Is she doing this? Is she doing this million mom unschooling? Is all of this being done so that she can make content? So that she can make content of her like teaching her kids? And is this going to be a replay of Ruby Frankie, where every single moment of their life is spent on YouTube making YouTube content?
So this podcast is going to be about, we wanted to offer y'all some value, and this really is going to go out to the couples that are kind of having a disconnect and they're struggling with being intimate with each other. So we wanted to offer some value on how, like Kelsey and I, how we set up like a quick vacation where we can escape and be really intimate with each other and kind of get that fuel back. So
Yeah, I think it's really important. I see so many couples, well, I've heard from so many couples when I'm like, when's the last time that you guys have had a date? And they're like, never.
that's
years.
crazy.
And I feel like one thing I want to say is we all have the same 24 hours in the day. And whatever is a priority to you, you'll make it happen. You'll figure it out. And I feel like the reason people get disconnected is because you're not making your relationship a priority. One thing that Eric and I pride ourselves on is the fact that we come first. We come before everything and anything, our business, our kids, everything. And I know that sounds so crazy. People don't like the way I talk about parenting. Because it's like, oh my God, how could you say that? Because
I know you
like,
got
your
you
kids
got
should be-
reported
your
so
life
much
ends
that
when
you
have
lost your
kids, and that's
TikTok channel.
what people think, and that's not true. And that's why a lot of you guys are in a marriage and you're miserable because you have kids, and then
that's the other thing about Kelsey Ray is she tells everyone else how miserable they all are. Yeah, it does say OnlyFans, doesn't it, Peachy? Like this setup right here was really sus. Yes, totally agree. So she likes to tell people that they're miserable. We know someone else, someone in the true crime. Well, I think she's quit true crime, but used to be did the Chris Watts case. She always used to get mad at somebody and then say, oh, the only reason you do that is because you're miserable in your own life and you're so jealous of me. Kelsey Ray's another one of those. If somebody says, hey, you probably should not unschool your child since you yourself really did not complete your high school education, you probably should let your child be educated by certified teachers. She'll then answer that by saying, you're just miserable. You're just jealous of me. Yeah, same type of person. How did she get out of it? No, she did not unalive her friend. No, Jen. No. The charge was attempted murder. She did not complete the dirty deed, so to speak. Yeah. Not related to Sebastian at all. No, Jen. Not related to Sebastian at all. We just started talking. We started talking about like the people on the Karen Reed trial. And then that reminded me about me going down the rabbit hole with this girl. And I was going to show y'all, you should look her up. She is shocking. Let me see if I can find the one where she attacks the teachers. Hold on. The worst one was where she's talking about how she's not going to sign the papers. And I didn't think about her using the unschooling as a gig, like a way to get the more clicks and views. But then when I started looking for one of her videos, I was shocked to see that unschooling is like a thing. And that there's tons of mommy influencers or mommy vloggers that are now doing the unschooling thing. And they're recording their poor kids. It's terrible. It's so terrible. Like free range children. Here's a couple of free range children.
Reading, writing.
So loud. Hold on, I'm finding the free range kids to share with you. I'm really disturbed by this phenomenon. So the unschooling previously was called free range kids.
As Juju Chang now reports.
It's a common morning ritual, hustling the kids to get ready for school.
Are you guys getting hungry?
And parents for work. But as the school bus doors close, the Martin family isn't on it.
Want to go out and see the baby bunnies? Did you check on their food today?
The 4 Martin children, ages 11, 8, 5, and 2, simply don't go to school. Never have. They aren't homeschooled either. Instead, they're what's called unschooled.
Just picture life without school. So maybe a weekend. We wake up and we have breakfast and we just start pursuing what we're interested in doing.
Mom Dana Martin doesn't think her kids need to go to school to learn their ABCs.
Doesn't a child need to know who George Washington and FDR and JFK were?
I don't know. Do you think they do? Do you think it's necessary?
Your mom lets you kind of read and study whatever you want? What about like math? Does she ever force you to do math?
No, not really.
Unschooling is radical enough, but radical unschooling extends the laissez-faire philosophy to parenting. Meals, for example, are up to the kids.
Pasta with peanut butter sauce. Yeah.
Oh, you're gonna have to try some.
Whatever they want, as long as it's in the house.
And so because we don't punish, we don't use the term rules, but we have a rhythm to our day.
Dad Joe works from home building wooden toy sets. In this home, there's
Okay, what better place to stop the video than right here to personify the problem of unschooling? I am perfectly comfortable with homeschooling. I might even be comfortable with unschooling as long as the parents themselves were educated and had a knowledge base that would ensure that the children got a well-rounded education, correct? For example, what's going to happen to Kelsey Ray's kids when they get to high school and it's time for her to teach them algebra or calculus? How is she doesn't even have a GED. Most of her work is spelled incorrectly. How? So this right here shows you everything you need to know. It is a crazy man who lets a 7-year-old make the decisions for the home. You're a crazy person if you believe that a 5, 6, 7-year-old child is capable of effectively, safely managing the demands of real life. No, kids need fences. Kids need to know about limits. And more than anything, kids feel safe when there is an intelligent, competent adult in charge. That is the absolute truth. This is a mess. This right here, this is chaos. And it's going nowhere except straight to the penitentiary. Yes, Tootie just said it. They will end up in jail. What else is going to become of them? What's going to happen when it's time for them to make a living so that they can pay for an apartment? What's going to happen when there's no money for food? What's going to happen to it? What will become of them? That's right. I mean, there's only one way to get money if you don't have a skill. They better keep kids like that at home. I ain't dealing with that mess. HTC. So I started out my professional life as a teacher, right? Loved it. Absolutely. Would go back and do it again tomorrow. Love, love, love. This is a disaster. It's a disaster. It's sad. It's really sad. Oh, great. At least she has a rhythm. The rhythm of her day is right there. The little monkeys hanging from the rafters, beating together spoons and pots and pans. That's the rhythm of that woman's day. There's got to be drugs involved. I'm sorry. At least a little bit of THC to stand the chaos happening in that house. Exactly, Jen Madison. I agree with some people homeschooling, maybe in a co-op type structure with other homeschoolers. Jen, look, I'm going to tell you, I have some of these homeschool kids, they are rock stars, right? They're entering college when they're 15, 16 years old. They're making 4.0. I don't have a problem in the world with homeschooling. I really don't. But homeschooling, you have the benefit of the school system providing you guidance and guidelines. They're keeping you on track. They're doing testing with your kids and making sure that they're keeping up with their age group. They give you resources for like finding which curriculums to purchase or tutors that could help and give you a break. That I have done more presentations to homeschool groups on how to provide socializing environments for kids that are homeschooled so that they learn the proper social skills that are needed and that kind of thing. It's absolutely possible to provide a homeschooling environment where the kids thrive and they live up to the fullest of their potential. I don't have a problem with it. I've done lots of referrals for kids to play like organized sports and such with homeschool groups or even with the local high school if kids want to play baseball or softball or whatever. But this unschooling thing, you got to understand something. This unschooling thing is exactly what you just saw. They are not accountable to the state at all. No one knows if the kids are learning anything at all. The parents don't purchase any kind of curriculum. The kids just wake up and say, hey, what's this? And then supposedly the parent educates them about whatever that is in their hand. Well, how does it look like it's going at that house? The very first thing that we do, if I have a child that comes into my office, whether they're referred from the school system or the parents are just bringing them in because the parents are worried or overwhelmed or whatever, what is the very first thing we do? HTC probably knows this answer. What is the very, very, very first thing you do? You get that kid into an environment that is predictable and organized. You establish a routine. And it would be my bet 7 out of 10 problems that a kid has is solved by having a predictable, organized environment. I teach parents how to do reward-based contingencies, just like a classroom teacher has, where you tell the kids what you want them to do, and then they get rewards for doing what it is that they're supposed to do. Instead of focusing on the negative, instead of issuing punishment, you give them a directive for how to behave properly, and then they get a reward when they do that. And the very first thing, it's got to be consistent, 100%, Jen. They've got to have a routine. They got to know what time certain things are going to happen. And then you have to be true to that routine so that they have consistency and they recognize, hey, I'm living in a predictable environment. And you solve so many troubles that way. This is chaos. This is doing nothing but harming kids. I believe that in my heart. Yep. It's really abuse. The parents are destroying the child's potential through their selfish, narcissistic ideology. I wouldn't argue with that. They're robbing these kids of a foundation. And, I'm also a believer. I think that intelligence will find expression. And if these kids are smart, one way or the other, they'll pick up basic skills along the way. But in the meantime, they're going to really have a hard time of it from about the ages of about 12 up to about 25. And if they escape jail, it'll be a miracle. It'll be a miracle. Remember, Kelsey Ray, she said she's homeschooled. She did not complete her homeschooling. She doesn't have a diploma nor a GED. It's terrible. My goal with troubled kids is always find out about home, build routine relationships, and they're good to go within a month almost every time, no matter how bad. Absolutely agree, HTC. I've seen it 1,000 times. Yep. And always have food. Treats, right? Snacks. Anyway, this was just nuts. I thought y'all might want to look at it on your free time because it's a crazy story. This lady is out of just let's see if I can find. I keep coming up with all these I don't want to do unschooling. Hold on. Let me see if I can find Kelsey Ray. I want to show y'all that video of her being angry. I guess I can go to Echo. Okay. Well, shoot, not finding it. I've got so much of this. It's like almost her whole stuff now is dieting, diet. That's boring. Oh, here's one I haven't seen. This one is how I survived my childhood. That might be interesting. Let's watch. See what this one is. How I survived my childhood. Share screen. And I got to tell y'all, it seems like every time this chick goes live, she is busting out all over the place. It makes you wonder if she's making her six figures in some way other than ketones.
Hey, it's Kelsey Ray coming at you live from Charleston. Yeah, girl, don't feel good right now, but I'm going to go live anyways because I've got some stuff I want to say. I am literally full on getting ready. I have an online event that I'm going to be training at. So I don't know if you're new, drop new in the comments, but I'm going to get ready. So I'm going to do my hair. I'm going to do some makeup, not like face makeup, but I'm going to do some makeup. And then I'm going to get dressed, show you guys my outfits, and make sure you stay tuned. Callie is taking a nap. The kids are outside with Eric. And then I'm going to go to my sister's here in about 45 minutes to do this training that we have. So as y'all are hopping on, say hi, say hello.
Yes, it's true. Her sister also is selling ketones.
Hello. If you see the share button, and I'm sure every one of you do, tap the share button, share this out, comment the word shared. I have a story to tell, and I just need to reach as many people as I possibly can because I know that what I've been through is not for no reason, and it's going to be to help change people's lives. Okay, so.
Oh, don't do it.
I actually have like 15 minutes. 15. If y'all like literally like the white Gatorade, you will love this.
No.
If you don't know what this is, it's exogenous ketones. Put your body in fat burning mode. So ketosis almost instantly. Better energy, focus, mood, mental clarity, curbs my appetite. I love it, been doing it for 4 years. If you want information on it, drop the word info in the comments. Okay. So I don't know if any of you guys know this. Hi, Vicky. Hi, Teresa. Hi, Donna. Hi, Karma. Y'all say hi. Say hello in the comments. Y'all.
Okay. One answer. Does this remind you of anyone we've seen in the past? Like her way of talking, making a video from the bathroom. That's a byproduct of what your body breaks down fat for fuel. No, you would be correct, Kate. And the idea that she is selling an energy drink that is filled with ketones is gross. Who does it sound like? Seriously, no kidding. Who does it sound like?
I can chill with me while I get ready for a minute. Yay, Ash, you got me live. Shared. Thank you so much. Ash, I am feeling very bad. I feel horrible. Callie Ray, I want to go with my mom instincts and say that she has croup. And so I think that I got some version of that. I know that like it's not likely for adults to get it, but whatever she has, I feel like I definitely have it. When I go to my sister's, I'm going to be staying very secluded to myself, but I have to do this. So Anyways, y'all say hi. Good morning. Hi, Greta. Hi, Natalie. Hi, Melissa. Hi, Vickley. Oh my God. Hi, Vicky. Hi, Tina. So I want to talk to you guys about today about how my life was when I was growing up. Okay. And I want to see if anybody here relates to parts of my story. I was writing out my training today to tell people about social media. So I don't know if you guys know this, but
Exactly.
I actually have been making money from my phone through social media for 4 years now. And I absolutely freaking love it because I get to help other people show up on social media authentically as themselves, tell their stories. And so part of the training that I'm going to do today is walk people through storytelling on TikTok. I think it's
I can't I get this eerie shadow of Shanann Watts. I don't mean that in a mean way. Don't get me wrong. It's like both Shanann and this woman went through the same training. Even their demeanor is the same. It's eerie to watch because it's like, oh my gosh, it's like the same. It's almost like the same person. It's a little unnerving.
It's so important because how many of you guys have ever been through something that you thought was going to absolutely just kill you? Okay, drop yes in the comments if you have. But how many of you guys survived it? You made it through. And I want to kind of like also send a little message to you guys that if you feel like you're going through something right now, baby, it doesn't last forever. I promise. There is an ending. There is light at the end of the tunnel. I promise you just have to keep pushing through.
This is not sped up. Notice how she's brushing her hair at a normal pace. She is literally speaking that fast. Could be the ketones.
Anyways, back to my story. A lot of you guys don't know that I actually, like a lot of you actually do know. You know that I used to clean houses 4 years ago, right before I started this opportunity. You know that I had a sugar daddy. If you don't know, you drop no or new in the comments because you're pretty new here. I didn't even have my straightener turned on. I'm using Launch. I don't sell this, but like I've just had it forever, okay? And I'm using like this eyeshadow palette. I'm going to do some eyeshadow, which I never do. Thank you for sharing. Hi, Sabrina, Chelsea. Good morning, Ash. Thank you so much. Hey, Destin, Florida. Tell your husband hello. Glad you're together again. Awesome. Thanks. Y'all say hi. Good morning, Jennifer. Good morning, Jamie. Working from home while keeping 3 kids. Mom life. Patsy, exactly. Yeah. Y'all tell me in the comments below how many kids do you guys have? So anyways, a lot of you know that I clean houses, but a lot of you don't know that I've been cleaning houses my entire freaking life. Since I've been 14 years old, I have been cleaning houses. So my mom, it's crazy because it was just kind of like in the family. My mom, whenever she was in her sober phase,
my mom, when she was in her sober phase, she does talk fast. True, Kate. It makes me nervous to listen to her.
Sober for about 5 years total, okay? And then she kind of relapsed after that. She's very honestly, she's just ill. We're just going to say that. She's just ill. Kimberly, thanks for sharing, babe. I appreciate you so much. But a lot of things that she taught me was my work ethic and how to go after what I wanted. She was a very fierce woman, okay? She was a very, like, in your face, like, just like I am. So I actually took the time the other day to sit back and think about that. Like, you can have a lot of hatred for somebody, especially like a parent, if they ever did you wrong or didn't do the things that you thought that they should do, especially if you became a parent now. How many of you guys have toxic parents and now you have kids and you don't understand why they did what they did in your childhood? Just drop yes in the comments. And so for me, it was me for a long time. Like I was like, why would she do the things that she did to me? But I'm like, you know what? She just did the best with what she had. And then it's also really important when you're healing from something like that, a traumatic childhood, that you understand the good things that you did get from it. You became the best mom that you could possibly be because you saw what not to do. So anyways, she taught me really good work ethic. So thanks to her for that. And when I was 13, 14 years old, I grew up in kind of like a culture of you have to work really hard for a little bit of money. How many of you guys have ever grown up that like you would go clean your grandparents' house, like the whole house, they give me $5.
Okay, what do you think's about to happen? We're about to be told that we're stupid for working hard for money when we could just sell ketones and be a millionaire.
$5. That's what I did. They gave me $5. And I was like, are you crazy? And so anyways, I grew up in that like mindset of you have to work really hard. I watched my grandparents work like back-breaking work their entire life backbreaking work to earn a little bit of money just to live a mediocre life. And so I grew up just feeling and seeing that that's just kind of what you had to do. You had to work really hard for a little bit of money to survive, and that's it, just to survive. Okay. And so all my life I've had hard.
How happy do you think her grandparents would be to find out that they lived a mediocre life? I don't know about y'all, but most of the people back, like when my grandparents were young, they all owned land and they all like lived out in the country and had cows and horses and had a great life. Not sure mediocre is right.
Everyone has a story. Everyone has went through something that they thought was going to kill them and it didn't. And you survived it. You lived.
Yes, that was my flight. That was my airplane trip. I swear I thought it was going to kill me and I survived
through it. And I'm just here to
at first I was afraid. I was petrified.
Tell you, and it took me a long time to realize this. I know I didn't go through all of that just to go through it. I went through it so I could tell other people and help other people get through it. Does that make sense to you guys? Why did you take your ring out that was in front of your teeth? So right here, I don't know. I just feel like it was rubbing my gums up and I didn't want it to rub my gums off of my teeth. So it was just like a
rub your gums off your teeth. That sounds very painful. I don't understand it. I can't imagine how you have a ring in front of your teeth. And she's got a pierced tongue. I'm clearly a very old woman, y'all. Hey, Robina, see, she is a TikTok influencer. And she is pushing people to take their kids out of school and let the kids decide what it is that they want to learn all on their own. She is completely anti-school, anti-teacher, anti-establishment. And she herself has no high school diploma, no GED, did not finish high school. And she was found guilty of attempted murder of her best friend when they were 17 years old. Now she's a TikTok influencer who sells energy drinks that have ketones in them. And people suspect she may be doing OnlyFans, but who knows? So that's kind of Kelsey Ray in a nutshell, Robina. I hope that helps. True. Built their own home, saved and paid for their kids to go to college and do better. Exactly, Jen Madison. And left a little bit of something for the kids, right? You can have money and still not live above mediocrity. Here she is demonstrating the hard sell because it's hard to sell bull corn. That was a great statement, girl. Thank you. That was awesome. And a pierced tongue is bad on your teeth. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, it is pretty wow, Rabina. It's a pretty crazy story. There's another influencer. Her name is Echo. Her channel name is Echo. She has done a deep dive, background check, everything on this lady. Because she's a teacher. Echo is a teacher herself. And when this lady started the war on education and wants to get 1 million moms to pull their kids out of school and do non-schooling, or what is called unschooling, then this lady, Echo, she said, wait a minute, this is shady. This is not good. And so she is the one that found the prison records and learned everything about this woman. And so she's got a ton of videos up where she's actually teaching about who this woman is. So if y'all, are interested, because this is a wild story. This is it. And it's gone over several years. It's not like fast. She is highly controversial lady. I'll show y'all echo in case y'all want to. Here it is right here. So this is Echo's channel. She's anti-MLM as well. And I think she's British, maybe.
Tomorrow's Christmas. I can't wait to open my gifts.
Okay, and I have to say this too. So she's alternative, right? She's a drama teacher in like high school or something.
Tomorrow's Christmas Eve, darling. And today's Christmas. The night before Christmas Eve. No, the night before Christmas. That's what it's called. That's tomorrow. Tomorrow is Christmas Eve, the night before Christmas. No, if you just say the night before Christmas Eve, it's just the Eve. Just you have 2 sleeps. Yeah. No, we don't. Yeah, 2 sleeps.
Adam.
We are here. We sleep. We wake up on Sunday. That's 1 sleep. We sleep here and wake up on Christmas. Monday. All right, that's what I was. Sunday. So you mean? We are Saturday. Yeah. Then what comes after Saturday? Yes. Boom.
I've already talked about the artwork on DC stream. I don't really like it. I don't like that it's a triptych like this, like separated because she was connected to the dogs. I don't know.
Okay, so here she's talking about somebody else. But anyway, so this is Echo, and she has gone in on a deep dive on Kelsey Ray. But she seems to do a lot of these MLM influencers. That seems to be kind of her shtick, right? That's her genre, is exposing MLM people. Who is the absolute worst?
They brought on 0 to 1, maybe 2 clients at most, and I was doing all the heavy lifting for them because I was like, I'll co-coach them with you. And what that really meant was code word for I'm going to do the coaching and you're going to get paid for it. And that was not a beautiful project because I was choosing low-hanging fruit. I wasn't talking to people who really want to make a difference in the world. I wasn't leaning in to the people who were actually going to be quality partners, people who were willing to.
This is why Jean is such a good person to watch. She does not realize how offensively she words things. Oh my god. You already do get paid off people's work. Are you fucking kidding me?
Let's be transparent. Dan just said.
All right. So that is the rabbit hole that I went down when I was miserable from the flight from hell. She's openly done OnlyFans in the past, but quit because it was causing problems in her perfect relationship. So there actually was OnlyFans. Thank you, Sandwich Maker. We were just thinking, like one of the videos we watched, the setup of the video was reminiscent of OnlyFans. And then she, she's pretty, women can wear what they want to wear, but every single every single video, you're wearing shorts that are really not much more than, underwear. And again, I don't care. I don't have a problem with what women wear, but that you're clearly advertising for sexuality to sell your product when you do that, and sex sells. That's why people use it, because it does work. Don't get me started on Amway, Mary Kay, you name it. There sure is a lot of crap on YouTube. Kathy, you have no idea. I'm amazed at what is out there. I'm amazed. I just could not believe my ears as this crazy woman is going on and on about how horrible teachers are and how she's not going to sign a piece of paper saying that she looked at her first grader's folder because that's the government trying to control her. And then in the next breath, she's saying, oh, well, I don't have a diploma. I don't have a GED. I turned out fine. I learned how to make money. It's like, oh my gosh, you are so tone deaf. You don't know what you're saying to people. You yourself need to be educated, and you think you're going to teach your kid calculus. Is that right? Really? And you're going to influence a million other young women to take their children out of school. You have no idea how to teach children technical subjects, and you're going to get a million other mothers to do this very poor choice. It's crazy stuff in this world we live in. It's some crazy stuff. Oh, good. She's a sovereign citizen. I guess maybe that's where it comes from, DB. Yeah. It won't be long. She'll be getting her government money. Yeah, that's right. Wonder how much of this is propaganda, just a distraction from people. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, here's a prime example of that. So the day that everybody lost it because the whole Donald Trump trial, he came back with like 30 convictions or something for whatever it was about. The internet was on fire talking about, these guilty verdicts, right? Everybody talk. You want to know what really happened that day? You want to know what the true thing was? The real news story that nobody talked about. Everybody just passed over it and said, no, don't look at the burning building over here. That day, minutes after they had come out and said guilty, Joe Biden told the United Nations, gave permission to the Ukraine that they could use U.S. weapons, bombs, and whatnot in Russia, inside of Russia, not inside of the Ukraine, but actually on Russian soil. You want to know why that's such a problem? It's a problem because Putin has come out and said point blank, flat out, if U.S. weaponry is used on Russian soil, we will use a nuclear weapon. Like there was no maybe, it was stated loud and clear. That was a red line cross that has never been crossed before, not even by now the UN. You want our Western weapons, but don't you dare detonate them in Russia proper. And we haven't. We never have. Until last week? And now we're in trouble. It's going to be a problem. So that was the real issue. That shows how using news and the mainstream media to distract from the things that are really actually dramatically important. So mark my words, it's not a little tiny thing that they used American weapons in Russia to attack Russian people. It's not a little thing, and I think the cost is going to be bigger than we have ever imagined. And we're just waiting for the shoe to fall. So we'll see when it happens. And nobody's heard a peep about it, but you can Google it, Jen. If you know that it's happening, you can Google it and read all about it, right? But they had this bigger news story they were able to put out that hid the reality. I saw all of that Martian planet, but that's not what happened. There were chairs behind him, and he was trying to sit down. And I think Jill was telling him, no, not yet. Don't sit, wait to the end of the anthem. And then, he finally sat down. Who do they think Iran is aligned with? Well, we know. I mean, Iran and Putin have been China. I mean, that's the BRICS nations. Brazil, Russia, It's the middle class. Yeah. It's about ending the middle class. So anyway, well, I don't know of anything else to talk about. We've talked about everything under the sun, haven't we? I'm probably gonna watch Karen Reed testimony tonight when I'm trying to go to sleep. Yeah, the chairs are there. Yeah. I mean, I have to tell you the story of my flight from hell. I'm going to have to do that because United.com United Airlines might get sued. No joking aside. It was incredible. And I said to them today on the phone, I said, I cannot imagine how many different departments made mistakes to culminate in a 3-day travel nightmare. Incredible. And the lady was like, I know, I'm sorry. And I'm like, no, you don't understand. It wasn't one mistake. It wasn't two mistakes. It was like 50 different mistakes all in one trip. It's incredible. How is that possible? I still don't know how it was possible. Other than are people just dumb now? Like, are people just not, do they just not know their jobs? Like, what? I get mistake. I don't have a problem with people making mistakes. I make mistakes, but that many among so many different departments, it was incredible. Y'all just don't know how incredible it was. It was terrible. 3 days, what should have been a 2-hour direct flight turned into a 16-hour travel flight plus 3 hours because they dropped me at the wrong city. They sent me to the wrong city. And I said, forget this. I got a car and I drove to where I was going. And my luggage took 3 days to find me. So I can't even tell you how unbelievably insane it was. Yeah, that unschooling craze has really taken hold, HTC. They're now entering the workforce. Those unschooled children are now entering the workforce. Yeah. So that's what I'm going to do, DB. I'm going to watch Jen McCabe. I watched the man McCabe. I watched his testimony last night. I'll watch Jen McCabe tonight when I'm going to sleep, and I'll do a video tomorrow. Okay? Something is causing folks to go postal on airplanes. I myself almost went postal, Martian Planet. I almost lost my mind. Truly. I can't tell you how insane it was. When I tell you the story and you hear how I actually finally got my luggage, you're not going to believe it. Hey, Funky Jasunky, how are you doing? It's good to see you. Looking forward to the video. I'm totally going to do the video. I'm seriously thinking about taking United Airlines to court. I'm dumbfounded by what they exposed me to. Okay, let me just tell you the ending of it, okay? I'm good. Thank you, Funky. Yeah. Let me just tell you how it ended because it's the funniest part. The whole story was a nightmare, horrible, awful. The ending, now that it's over, the ending is just so incredibly unbelievable. You have to laugh. Like, you have to laugh because there's just simply nothing else to say. So I should have gotten my luggage on June the 5th. And what is today? The 8th. Okay. So I should have gotten it on the 5th. That is with the lost luggage form filled out, the hours and hours online, you know, that I'm talking about with United Airlines agents. Started on June the 5th for the luggage, okay? On June the 6th, I did not contact them, not one time. I said, they got a problem. I don't know where my luggage is. I'm going to give them time to find it. I filled out all of the documents that I needed to fill out. I'll go and buy me a toothbrush, go get me some clothes and whatnot, and we'll see what happens with my luggage, right? So I didn't say anything on the 6th. Didn't say anything yesterday because I got an email about, I don't know, like 2:00 in the afternoon saying that my luggage had been located and that it was on an airplane to Aspen and that it was going to arrive at like 7 p.m. or something like that, and that I would receive it, you know, the next day. Well, I didn't. I didn't hear anything after that. And so today I'm sitting here and I got an email and it said, your luggage is out for delivery. It will be delivered to XYZ, and it gives me my address, right? And I'm like, wow, finally, 3 days later, here I am, finally going to get my luggage. Within at least, I don't know, 5 minutes most at the tops, 5 minutes after I get the email that says your luggage is out for delivery, I get another email that says your luggage was delivered at 2:12 by Ken. Ken was his name. And you will have a photograph of the driver and, you know, here's your file number, right? And I looked and there was no cars, nothing. And I was like, the hell, my luggage delivered. I got out, went outside, walked all around the house, no luggage. I mean, I knew it wasn't because you can see the road I'm on. There's no through traffic where I am. And I was like, they did not deliver my luggage. And I was like, holy shit, here I go again, trying to call these people, talk to these people, crazy. So after probably 2 hours of texting, email, phone calls on hold, I finally get a call back from United. And they say, yes, ma'am, you're calling about your luggage. We're returning your call. And I said, yes, I got a message that y'all delivered my stuff at 2:12 and you did not. And she says, I see that we delivered your luggage today at 2:12. And I said, no, you didn't deliver it. In fact, if you notice the very first email I sent to you, what time did I send it to you at? She said 2:17. And I said, what did I say? And she said that you did not get your luggage. And you know the picture of Ken? It wasn't Ken's face. It was Ken's hand on the brake, right? So no way to identify this guy at all, which I thought was really strange. And so the lady said, oh dear, I can see that you're having trouble. Well, I was not happy. Okay. I was trying very hard to stay calm. Okay. But look, this has been a saga going on for like 5 days, 16-hour flight that was supposed to be 2 hours, a rented car with a 3-hour drive that was never supposed to happen. So essentially 20 hours of travel, what should have been a 2-hour trip, and no luggage. And now Ken takes a picture of his hand, right? When it's supposed to be his face. So I stay on the phone with this lady. She's really struggling to understand the whole problem. I'm mad and getting even madder, yada, yada. And she says, well, ma'am, she says, let me give you the telephone number to the delivery driver, and you can call him to find out about your luggage delivery. I said, the hell I'm going to call him. Listen here, lady. I paid you guys for my plane ticket. I'm the one that wanted a straight direct flight, a 2-hour flight from Houston to Aspen that turned into a 20-hour trip of trains, planes, and automobiles. And now you want to give me a telephone number to call your delivery driver to say, where the hell did you leave my luggage? Why don't you call him? He's your delivery driver. I don't want to talk to the guy. And she says, oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, I'll call. So she called. I felt like Katie Proudfoot. She set up a 3-way call between me and her and Ken, the hand job driver. Okay. So he gets on the phone and she says, you sent a message that this lady's luggage has been delivered, but she says that it has not been delivered. He said, no, ma'am, I did drop her luggage. I left it. And I said, Ken, I have a problem. And he was like, what is that? I said, what is a photograph of your hand going to do to help me find my luggage? I ask you. You were the email said that you would have a photograph of your face so that I would know who the delivery driver was. And you didn't send your face, you sent your hand. Why? This little bastard laughs. He laughs, okay? So right there I knew, okay, what's happening here? So then he goes on and she's trying to just find out where is the luggage, right? He keeps insisting that I have the luggage. And I'm like, no, I don't have, I will go outside, do a video, we'll FaceTime. You can see, I'll walk through the whole house. You can look everywhere in the house to see if there's a piece of luggage anywhere. My bag is not here. I would have to be a crazy woman to be on the phone with you guys for hours screaming about a missing bag if my bag was here. Where is it, Ken? Where's my luggage? And he says, well, the address, I swear, y'all, I swear. He says, well, the address that you put on the claim form was wrong. What? My address is wrong? He said, yes, you gave the wrong address on your claim form. I said, are you talking about the documents that I filled out at the Denver airport with the United baggage claim? He said, yes, that address that you put down is not a real address. I said, Ken, I don't know what you're smoking today, but that is absolutely a real address. The house is decades old and it's $1 million house. It's been here. It's here now. It's easily found on google.com. So I don't know what's wrong with you, but bring me my luggage. He says, no, no, no. So let's just say that this address, let's just say the address of where I'm at right now. Let's say it's 710 Honeysuckle Lane. Okay. Let's say that the address I'm actually at is 710 Honeysuckle Lane. He comes up and he says, you don't live at 710 Honeysuckle Lane. He said, you actually live at 710 Grand Junction Road. And I was like, Grand Junction Road? What are you talking about? I've never even heard of a Grand Junction Road. He said, yes. He said, there is not a Honeysuckle Lane. And I said, Ken, I'm looking at Honeysuckle Lane. It's right in front of my house. And he said, no, you do not live at 710 Honeysuckle Lane. You live at 710 Grand Junction Place. And that is where I left your luggage. And me and the lady from United Airlines were silent. We were like, okay, wait. Let me think about this a minute. Did he just say that he left my luggage at a different house. And because he did. And the representative from United Airlines was the first one to break the silence. And she says, "Sir, you're saying that you left the baggage at 710 Grand Junction Road?" And he said, "Yes, because that's where she lives." And I said, "Ma'am, I want you to do something for me right now." I said, "Do you have the original claim form that I filled out?" She said, "Yes." I said, "You see my address, 710 Honeysuckle Lane?" She says, "Yes." I said, "I want you to click on it and I want you to tell me what happens." And she said, "It opens up into Google Maps." And I said, "Exactly." And I said, "It's a road that's got 2 houses on it." She said, "Yes." And I said, "I'm asking you, ma'am, is 710 Honeysuckle Lane, is that a real location?" She said, "Ken, I don't know what you did, but this woman, her paperwork is right. So I don't know who lives at 710 Grand Junction Road, but you left her luggage at the wrong house." He said, "No, I did not. She lives at 710 Grand Junction Road. I asked people." He literally said that he asked people in the area and they all said, "Oh yeah, right up there, 710. So I said, I told the lady, I said, "Stay on the line. Don't get off the line." And I got in my Jeep and I put it into I put 710 Grand Junction Lane into my Google Maps. And I said, "There's a 710 Grand Junction Lane. I see it, but it's not my house. It's not near my house." Drove the Jeep over there. She's on the line. Ken is long gone. He hung up. He bowed out, right? He freaked out. He bowed out. So me and Miss United Airlines, I pull up and it's a beautiful like townhouse, brand spanking new, gorgeous, beautiful townhouse. And sure enough, there the letter, I'm talking about big black numbers, 710. There was, right? And there was my suitcase right there on the porch, right underneath the Ring doorbell camera. And I told the lady on the phone, I said, "Great." And she said, "What?" I said, "If I get out of this Jeep and I go up there to retrieve my luggage, I'm going to be filmed on a Ring camera and I'm going to end up being YouTube famous. I'm going to end up on the internet as a crazy woman stealing luggage off of someone's porch." And she said, "Oh my goodness." She said, "Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. I don't know what to do." I was like, "Wait, you're the one supposed to be in charge with all the power here." And so I told her, I said, "To hell with this. I've been waiting 3 days for my luggage. No, I'm getting my luggage. There's nothing on the planet that will make me drive away and leave my luggage up on that porch. Nothing." So I went up there. I kept her on the phone. I went up there. I got my luggage. I looked in the rear in the doorbell camera and I said, "I'm sorry. I'm not a crazy lady. I have United Airlines on the phone." I showed my phone. I said, "This has been a nightmare. The delivery driver left my suitcase. I am so sorry. Here is my phone number. You can call me. I apologize, but please, please don't put me on the internet." I did not wear my eye patch. I wish I had, Elizabeth. I wish I had. So we'll see. We'll see if I end up YouTube famous. So that's it. That's how I retrieved my luggage after 3 days of everybody saying, "Oh, no, it's over here. No, it's over there. No, we don't know where it is." I literally had to go and get it myself from some unknown person who just had no idea that they were in a drama. It was crazy. And I was thinking while this conversation was happening and Ken was, giggling and laughing and telling me where I lived, I thought, man, if I could only record this. I wish I had a, recording app on my phone, but I don't. So if I did, it would have been a viral video because it was unbelievable, his certainty of where I lived. It was so funny. Oh, well, and there you go, T, please. You want to know what the lady told me after all this was said and done? I went, retrieved my own bag and all that. You know what she told me? She said, I can give you a $75 voucher for food. And I said, $75? A 16-hour flight, 3-hour drive in a rental car at 3 a.m. in the morning, 3 days with no luggage to where I finally have to go track it down myself and retrieve my bag. And United Airlines is going to make it right by giving me $75 for food? Really? No. I don't want your 75. It's ridiculous. This was the ultimate. The only thing I didn't do, cheated no more. The only thing I didn't do was fly the damn plane myself. That's the only thing they did not ask me to do is fly the plane. They lost mine on a trip to New York City, and I had to buy new everything. There you go, DB. Absolutely. Horrible, horrible, horrible. Take your voucher and shove it. That's kind of what I said, Elizabeth. Yeah, I mean, the car rental alone is, 4 times that, right? It's incredible. Ring cameras are funny. My sister has one and she lives in a high crime area, so hung a sign for Amazon to place packages under the front bench. Driver said, baby girl, I don't know you. Why you think that will help? That's funny. Yeah, $75 food voucher. Get some damn good pizza and hot dogs, right? Then I'd feel all happy, all better with my hot dogs. Yeah. So, must take a rocket scientist to keep it. Well, I think that was what was so crazy, Funky. I just couldn't work out in my mind that this guy, he saw those 3 numbers, right? 710. And how did he make the connection that must be the right place? Because it had the same house number? It's just that level of concrete thinking. That would be what you would expect from like a kindergartner or first grader. It is incredible. I think Ken was definitely unschooled. Like, I'm fairly certain about that. So Mommy Rambling will call the owner and pirate doorbell camera to further smear you. Well, I tried to be nice, right? Because I knew the camera was there. And I tried to be really, I begged for forgiveness, okay? I hang my head in shame. I literally apologized profusely and begged for forgiveness for retrieving my own luggage from their porch. And you know how this went, right? In your mind, you just know how it went. The people got an alert and they looked at their camera and they said, wow, there's like a strange lady on our porch. What's she getting off the porch? Why is there luggage on our porch? Who is she? Why is she apologizing? I think I feel scared. What if she comes back? I kind of think that's how the conversation happened with the mom and the dad at the house. Yeah, Ken, you jerk. If you're out there listening to my video, what's wrong with you? Did Mommy Rambling send you, Ken? Were you doing the work of the unholy, Ken? But I can't even be mad at Ken because, United Airlines did so many wrong things even before the luggage. It was pretty crazy. So a town or condo would be 710 units. So how do you know it was the correct unit? he didn't know, he doesn't know me. He doesn't know where I live. He just, the actual address that I'm at, 710 Honeysuckle Lane, the house where he left the luggage is 710 Grand Junction Road. The only thing that was similar in the addresses was the numbers of the house, right? The road itself was completely wrong. And he told me that my paperwork had the wrong address, that I had written down the wrong address, that I should not have put 710 Honeysuckle Lane. I should have put 710 Grand Junction Road. But why does he think he knows that? He told me Honeysuckle Lane doesn't exist. And I said, Ken, that's real funny because I'm sitting here looking at Honeysuckle Lane and it is real. Yep, that is why Barbie cheated with G.I. Joe. Yeah, Barbie and me hate Ken. All right. Yeah, take this job and shove it. I ain't working. I think Ken might have quit because I did get a phone call a couple of hours after I got my luggage. I got a phone call from the Aspen airport, and the lady said, "We are trying to make sense of what has happened here." It's like, oh, what? Me too, right? Anyway, I went through the whole story with her, told her everything. And she obviously had like a report or recording or something because she wasn't surprised by anything. And she said, "This is very unusual." I said, "It is. I'm actually I travel quite often, both domestic and international. And this has never happened. Like, this is so out of the ordinary that it never has happened before." And she said, "Look," she said, "I don't usually do this." She said, "But I'm going to take this and I'm going to walk over to the baggage area and see if I can work this out." And I said, "You're welcome to do that if you can. I just want to know why Ken kept telling me that I lived at 710 Grand Junction Road. Why would he say that?" And she said, "I don't know. I don't know." And I said, "Okay." So then, I don't know, maybe an hour later, it was getting dark. It may have been a couple hours later. She called me back and she said, "Yeah," she said, "I just talked to, we don't really know what happened." And I said, "Well, the great thing is I have my bag. And that's the great thing. So, I mean, I hope Ken doesn't do this to other people." And she chuckled and he said, "Yeah, no, Ken won't be doing it." So I don't think Ken's got his job. It would be my guess. I'm going on my first vacation in 24 years. My goodness, Rochelle. I hope it doesn't turn out like yours. I'm no checking in luggage. I'm taking a train. You're going to have the greatest vacation, Rochelle. It's going to be absolutely miraculous and marvelous. It has no resemblance to the craziness that I just went through. Ken is the kind of guy who doesn't apologize. Ken is the kind of guy who doesn't apologize, and he had enough foresight not to take a photograph of his face. That tells you right there he knew he screwed up. That tells you right there. I will do a carry-on, but I know for a long trip you might need more clothes than that. It's a long story. So I go back and forth between Aspen and Houston. And I do have a lot of clothes and stuff at both places, but I do always have a carry-on that has work stuff and whatnot. Well, this time I brought extra things because there's a grandbaby, right? Like grandbabies like treats and toys and stuff. So there wasn't anything of real value in the bag. There wasn't anything like, that I couldn't replace or live without. but I always bring it with me on the flight. And this time I thought, I don't want to mess with it. I'll just check it, and then I won't have to worry about, dragging it around with me, and it just make it more pleasant not to be dragging it around the airport. The one time that I checked the silly bag, the first time I've ever checked a bag between Houston and Aspen. Needless to say, it'll never happen again. Never. I'll never check a bag again. Never. Never, never, never. Oh no, I think Barry is far more sinister than Ken. I think he sounded young, right? I want to be fair. He sounded young. And I legitimately think he was probably maybe just right out of high school, maybe even a high school student doing a summer like courier job. I don't want to hate on Ken. I really don't. I think he just didn't know what to do. Maybe he couldn't find the house or whatever. But, it's okay. Barry, he's a killer. That's a whole different story. He's a killer. There's a pizza guy who I'd like to tell to shove it. Can that be a song? What did the pizza guy deliver your pizza to the wrong house? Cheated no more. Yeah, a train trip would be awesome. We can fill in the words any way that we want to. Absolutely. Take this pizza and shove it. I ain't eating here no more. Your cheese is all sour and your pepperoni stinks. I ain't eating it no more. I wouldn't be a very good rapper. I was speaking in terms of belligerence. Ken was pretty belligerent. He was pretty belligerent. I feel bad for him though, because, I don't think he has a job now. His dad probably yelled at him. You did what? How would you like to be a fly on the wall for that conversation? Dad, I lost my job today as courier for United Airlines. Oh, you did? What'd you do, son? I left somebody's luggage at the wrong house on purpose and then told her she lived there. I don't know. I watched Bull Durham today. Hadn't watched that good movie in a long time. All right. Well, I think we've talked everything to death. I can't think of another topic unless y'all have something y'all want to talk about. What y'all want to talk about? What should we talk about? I could talk about Sebastian Rogers all day. That is a crazy, 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 crazy situation. I spent my whole paycheck. Some more back. Take this job and shove it. To my fellow valets out there, if Caitlyn Jenner wants to drive her car after finishing 11 dirty martinis, let her. Y'all want to see this? This is sort of a trip. Present. Dun 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 dun. Look at this poor guy. He got decked by Caitlyn Jenner. Wow. This poor guy. That is really something. Do you think that's real? Okay, y'all. Are we going to believe this? Is this true or no? Does anyone... Oh, look, it's got video.
Drive her car despite finishing 11th. Well, to all my fellow valets out there, if Caitlyn Jenner wants to drive her car despite finishing 11 dirty martinis, just let her. It's not worth trying to do the right thing.
It must be real.
Well, to all my fellow valets out there, if Caitlyn Jenner wants to drive her car despite finishing 11 dirty martinis, just let her.
Oh
It's not
my
worth trying to do the
God.
right thing, apparently.
Oh my God. Can
Well,
you
to all
believe
my
that?
fellow valets out there, if Caitlyn Jenner wants to drive her car despite finishing 11 dirty martinis, just let her.
Oh my goodness. What do you think? Do you think we're going to see a lawsuit? Wow, Caitlin, girl, you messed up. Oh my goodness. Wow, Bruce Jenner was like the all-American man, right? Like athlete. Can you imagine taking a punch? Golly. Wow, that is unbelievable. Oh, there's something. Did y'all see Chad Daybell's going into the penitentiary photograph? Does he look medicated to you? What do y'all? Oh, y'all can't see that. Shoot. Hold on a minute. Hold on. Look at this. I ask you, is this a man on drugs? Nancy Drew, is Kevin Costner, is that who you're talking about? Is Kevin Costner getting divorced? He lived a block away when he just became famous and ditched his first wife and daughter. I think he's on marriage number 5. Yeah, they are getting divorced. That's true. And man, she took him for a ride. The amount of money that she got from the, what's the name of the show that he's on, Yellowstone? It was so bad that he chose not to go back to Yellowstone. He has 2 kids with the wife he's going to divorce from. She's younger than him. She initiated it because he was always working. He was always working on Yellowstone. But then the settlement, she got egads of money. And then he quit Yellowstone after they awarded her a big chunk of the Yellowstone cash. Happy Chad. The smile on Chad Daybell's face is interesting. And the eyes are completely just weird, right? It's really nuts looking at this. So what do y'all make of this? The picture, the smile, the eyes. How do y'all explain it? What do y'all think it is? Anybody? I mean, if y'all want to, people don't usually want to come up and talk, but if you want to, I'll put a link if you want to come up and talk. His greedy wife lost big time to Kevin. She was terrible. He looks different. I think he looks terrified. I think he looks absolutely out of his mind with terror. And you know how people always talk about fight or flight? And they say, you know, when you're frightened, when you have a fear reaction, basically you've got 2 reactions, fight or flight. In truth, there's 5 instinctive reactions to fear. And it is 5, let me see if I remember them. Fight, flight, faint, fawn, and primal scream, right? I think you're looking at fawn. I think he's fawning. I think he's trying to be like overly nice and overly accompanying, trying to get the guards to like him. Does that make sense? He looks bizarre. I almost think, looking at his eyes, his pupils, I almost think that maybe he panicked and they've given him like a dose of Haldol, like they medicated him because he was so frightened. And you got to admit, there's some sense of satisfaction and justice in that thought, right? The idea that he would be so afraid that he would like fall to the floor or try to run and fight and get away, that they would have to pop him with some Haldol. Oh yeah. You in deep, you in the jungle, baby. You are in trouble, Chad. This is what happened to your magic portal, buddy. Not working so well today. We got a portal malfunction on aisle 3. Yeah. Freeze. Yeah, I got that one wrong, didn't I? Freeze. Fight, flight, freeze, fawn, and primal scream. Yep, he's in trouble. Oh yeah, it's all coming home to roost now. And I'll tell you what I thought. If I was a fly and I had to choose which wall I would light, would it be Chad's cell or would it be Lori's cell? I'm totally going to Lori's cell. And here's the reason why. She has demonstrated so much arrogance that you just know that her delusion was complete and that she had a belief that Chad the prophet, that he was never going to jail, that he would be able to work his magic and the jury would set him free, and that he would be able to set her free, and their plans of being king and queen of the 144,000 would be intact, correct? So I think the way that she got through all this with the smiles and the coquettish body language, I think she literally believed that he would never be found guilty. I'm convinced of it. Can you imagine the narcissistic crash when she found out that he had been found guilty and was given the death penalty? Can you imagine the meltdown? I mean, all of the structures and mechanisms holding her together would have shattered at one time. I guarantee you she's laid up in hospital somewhere, medicated out of her mind. Yeah, these are instinctive reactions, Martian Planet. They don't think about it. They don't say, oh, I'm scared, I think I'll freeze. The body just does it without any kind of shock, like any kind of cognitive decision. And so people that freeze, it's like those Kentucky goats, the ones that you yell at them and they fall over and faint. Kentucky stiff leg goats. Yeah. But I think old Chad here, he's definitely medicated. They definitely popped him just to get him through the doors. I wish I could make the damn screen bigger. I don't have the right computer to do that. I have one touchscreen computer that I can zoom in really, really big. This one, I can't. So we're kind of stuck. Oh, I can do it this way. Hold on. Copy image. Let me go to my Canva. Hold on. Hold, please. You guys just talk among yourselves. Enjoy one another's brilliant company. I'll be right with you here. We're gonna zoom on in. 1 minute. Just about ready to go. I said it was going to be quick. I'm lied. Hold on. Almost there. All right, y'all are going to like this. Hold on. Y'all are going to see how fast I am with my creativity too. Hold on. Paste. Here we go. Oh, we're in business now, folks. Yeah. I am creating faster than Kelsey Ray talks. Here we go. We're almost there. Almost done. Doop, 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 boop, 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 boop. All right, wait till you see these eyes. Ha! Tell me this is a man who is not medicated. All right, now I got to download on clip 6. Hold on. Only moments away from greatness. We could sing a song together. Kumbaya, my Lord. It's late. It's too late at night to sing. Kumbaya. Download. All righty. Oh, we're so close to being there. So close. All right, now I got to upload it here so y'all can see it. Just 1 minute. Hold, please. Open. Adding overlay as we speak, and boom. You can't see it because I got a comment here in the way. Haha, Haldol, Breakfast of Champions. Take a look at those eyes, people. What do you think about those pinpoint pupils? Yeah. That is the only expression we've seen on his face since the Hawaiian pics. And what we get is him being put into the penitentiary. He's literally smiling and has pinpoint pupils. They hit him with Haldol. I'm telling you, they did. So just imagine Mr. King of the 144,000s with a straight line telephone to God. He had a meltdown. They could not get him in the doors. He pulled back. He said, I'm not going in. He acted like a donkey and said, no, I can't. He was probably crying, Lori, help me. You said, Lori, that we would get away with it. Lori, help me. I'm so frightened. I'm this frightened little lamb. And they said, somebody just go get the damn shot. And they came back and they popped him with some Haldol. And he went limp like a little Raggedy Ann doll. And then when they take his photograph, now he's smiling because he's absolutely drugged up to the wazoo. Yeah, that's him. They got him. God, the Chadster. We're going to miss you, Chadster. We've enjoyed so much making fun of you. Right now, in this picture right here, he's thinking, hey, this isn't such a bad place. They got the good drugs. Yeah, you'll never see Haldol again, buddy. That was just to get you in that cell. You're done now. Nothing but good, cold, hard reality for you, Chad. I wonder in Idaho how long people sit on death row. By the way, did you guys know that Charlie Adelson had been transferred to North Dakota? Did y'all know that? Apparently, the Latin Kings did want to kill him. So they actually moved him out. Chad Daybell is so gross. Yuck. Gross. The cameraman said, say loin fire. God, that's horrible. Shane Bishop, you're a genius. Let's see. Not all offenders are put on medication when they switch from jail to prison. Some offenders are already taking medication in jail. And if the mental health staff did prescribe him something, it would not be fast acting. Just my 2 cents. Yeah, Taryn, they absolutely will shoot him up with Haldol if he's freaking out. They sure will. It's like he just found out some good news. Or it's like he's high as a kite. Oh, this is funny. This one says, now he will have a full death experience versus his near-death experience. I wonder why it's, and that was from Kay Woodcock. Can y'all see that one? Yeah. Yeah, that's Kay Woodcock. She said, now Chad will have a full death experience versus a near-death experience. That's funny. Because he said that's how he could see behind the veil because he had 2 near-death experiences. Just like his deplorable wife, a smile on his face about anyone else but morons who smile in their mugshots trigger me like nothing else does. It's mind-boggling. It's a real shame Lori Vallow wasn't sentenced to 2 death sentences too. Agreed. I think they both should have gotten 2 death. Kill them and bring them back and kill them again just for good measure. Blank-faced basically the entire trial, and now this goofy grin. That right there is terror, people. Looks like A, he's been crying uncontrollably, or B, they gave him something to calm him down. I know exactly what they did. I've seen it before. They freak out. They get scared. Rightly so. I would probably, if I was going into prison knowing I would never get out, I would be terrified. I would not be able to walk through those doors. And when they do that, when they panic, they got a lot of energy. That fear is very powerful. And so they hold them down, and then somebody gives them a shot, and then they drag them through the process while they're all messed up. When I first saw Jay Lum post the mugshot, my first thought was, he looks high AF. He's absolutely just out of it. And he almost looks like, for some reason, I thought he looked like he was laying down, like flat on his back. And then I noticed the cinder blocks, right? The painted cinder block, which every prison has. But my first guess was that they took his photograph that he's laying on a stretcher. That was my first guess. Because if you look at like his forehead, there's like no wrinkles, right? His eyebrows are up too high. His cheeks are a little more flat than usual. Usually they fold in towards his mouth, but in this picture it's sort of flat. And I really thought that he was laying down when they took the photograph. And he does look like he has a bruise. You see right here, it's very dark. I'm pretty sure that's a bruise. But you also, if you look here, that too looks to be bruised, which looks like a handprint where somebody's holding his face down on the ground. Like somebody had their hand on his neck. And that would have happened if he had panicked and refused to go in the doors. Then they would have been fighting him. That would be so disheartening to think this entire time all he needed was to be medicated, and even more disheartening, it takes prison and the lives of 3 beautiful souls to figure that out. No. He's probably a primary psychopath, right? He probably experiences no emotion. I'm not going to go back through all that discussion again. I educated so much on primary psychopathy and secondary psychopathy and sociopathy during the Chris Watts thing, everybody kept saying, oh, Chris Watts is such a narcissist. He's such a narcissist. And, I kept saying he's not a narcissist. He's a primary psychopath. And nobody wanted to listen to me, and that's okay. But I think Chad is probably a primary psychopath as well. He, for whatever reason, something is not wired properly in his brain, and he doesn't get corrective emotions like you and I do. So he doesn't, like, if you and I were sitting around planning the death of someone, we'd be terrified. On the one hand, there'd be guilt because we would be thinking, oh my gosh, I can't believe that I hate this person so much I'm willing to kill them. That makes me a horrible person. Human life is precious. I don't have the right to act as a god and take someone's life. We would have all kinds of corrective emotion happening inside of us that would really serve as a barrier for actually acting it out, right? Primary psychopaths don't have that. They don't feel frightened. They don't feel scared. They don't feel guilt. They don't feel love. They pretty much just either feel a desire to have sex, they feel hungry or thirsty. A lot of them really enjoy, well, you can't really say enjoy. A lot of them build their life around career. And they can become very, very successful, accomplish great things in job because they don't get scared, because they stay calm and make good decisions. But there's plenty of primary psychopaths out in the world. Remember, we're not living in a Hollywood movie. But most primary psychopaths are not very fun people to be married to. They don't necessarily have to be abusive. They don't necessarily have to be dark and ominous and frightening. But they're the kind of person that will, if they decide to have sex with someone, they won't stop just because they're married, or they won't think about their family. They just do what they want to do, and they don't care. So I think he's probably a primary psychopath. And then the smile and everything, they medicated him. He probably had a panic meltdown, refused to go in. It's interesting how he was giggling like a schoolgirl with Lori on those phone calls. Yeah, but even those they felt disconnected, right? The ER was a trip. I'll never forget my experience. The way they took the picture, the chin melds with there's something about him. It's not, I thought he looked like he was laying down. Oh, Elizabeth ran mental health facilities. What do you think? Do you think he's medicated, Elizabeth? Hey, Crystal, having officially the longest name on YouTube. How are you doing? It's good to see you. Jules, look for primary path traits in Jen McCabe's testimony. Oh, that's a good one to think about. Thank you for that. I will, definitely. I think in the truest sense of the word, as you read the original researchers and authors, most of them present primary psychopathy as at birth, as a congenital thing. Although there's certainly brain damage that has happened that people will demonstrate what would appear to be primary psychopathy, just meaning they're just not getting that corrective emotion. Good night, Tootie. Thank you so much for being here and hanging out. I don't ever go live on Friday night. I've had a really great time tonight. Yeah, if you flip the picture on its side, it almost looks like a corpse with a smile. Yeah, he definitely looks the face, he's not right. That is for certain. Everybody say good night, Tootie. Thanks for being here. Is primary, oh, I've already read that one. Are people who seek out a formal love partner while unhappily married, I wonder, do they just not care about the spouse? Do they feel justified if the person they are seeking attention from is unhappy? Well, let me read that again, Nancy. That's an interesting question, Nancy. I would say my dissertation was actually on factors of recovery after trauma, and the trauma that we used was discovery of infidelity in a primary relationship, and that grew into some other things that I've got going on. But it hold on just a minute. Hold on. Sorry about that. I had all the windows open because it is so nice and cool. No, I think most people that are reaching out to other partners or potential partners, they're usually doing it because they're looking for their own narcissistic supply. They're not usually doing it as an act of aggression towards the spouse. It's usually just because they're sad. Yeah, thank you, Cheated No More. I had such a great time talking to everybody tonight. Yeah, there are definitely mug shots from when he was arrested, Jen. But this mug shot was from going into the penitentiary, moving from the jail into the prison. Oh, yeah, Elizabeth, she's closing the door to answer privately. No. I had all my windows open, so letting all the cool mountain air in. It's really, really, really good. But yeah, I think it's natural, if your spouse is flirting with someone else, or even if maybe they've had either an emotional affair or even a sexual affair, it never is it about the spouse. Never. In fact, in my research, I had so many people, like it was shocking actually, so many people who said, I never thought my spouse would know. And if I had known that they would find out, if I had known how much it was going to hurt them, I never would have done it. The people that do it, they're the one that's empty. They're the ones that have something inside of them that is empty and wrong, and they're looking to feel better. So they reach out to other people almost like another person might reach out and grab a beer to feel better. They're reaching out for that flirtatious, sometimes flirting, sometimes feedback, saying, "Oh, you're so great, wonderful." Sometimes sex as a drug, So it's incredibly complicated. Infidelity and recovery from infidelity is incredibly complicated. Even the people that cheat, they suffer terribly from their actions. It's a rough experience. Yeah, most affairs don't mean much. It's more the pain of the secrecy, and they just enjoy a new person fawning over them. Yeah, it's all narcissistic supply, right? I don't mean that the person cheating is a narcissist. I'm talking narcissistic supply is feeling good about yourself. And some people, they feel validated when another person shows interest in them. And, if you're married to someone who never learned how to take care of themselves and build themselves up, if they lose their job, for example, they're at a dramatic increased probability of engaging in extramarital affair, not because of the spouse, but because they feel their confidence is undermined by losing the job. They feel bad about themselves. So having other people show sexual interest in them builds them back up. Very often the cheater will blame the spouse during the period of anger. The goal with therapy is, own your crap. You did it. You made the choice. You hurt the people that you promised to protect. And, you got to own it or you'll never fix it. And it is very difficult to do the steps that it takes to reestablish trust in a relationship that has been destroyed by infidelity. You don't reclaim that relationship. You don't just fix it and move forward. That old relationship is destroyed. It's over. It ends. If you decide to stay together, you are rebuilding a completely new relationship. And it won't look anything like the old relationship. It is bad news to cheat in a marriage. Mark my words. This is not something that you want to do. It is a hell of a lot easier to get a divorce. Trust me on that. Infidelity, man. Here's something that very few people know. Is one of the big points of the research that I did. As a result of infidelity, the discovery of infidelity, as a result, it was something like, I think if I remember correctly, it was like 47% of those people lost their homes to foreclosure. There was lost jobs. There was drug and alcohol abuse. There was depletion of family resources like money and such. One thing is absolutely certain, and this gets passed over in all the research because most people talk about the effects of the emotional trauma of discovery of infidelity. But the real impact of infidelity is the complete and total destruction of lifestyle. People can't go to work. They lose their jobs. they have no more income from that. Then they can't pay their mortgage. They lose their houses, divorce, children in drug use. Absolutely devastating. You're much better off to get a divorce rather than the shock and betrayal of infidelity. It is devastating, truly, for both people, both the cheater and the spouse. It is not worth it. And that's a good way to describe it, DB. Burn your life to the ground. That is a very good way to describe it. And the truth is, most couples that experience it and they decide to stay together, they really don't ever reclaim the love relationship. They just become roommates. They have a really hard time ever developing that sense of trust again. Almost every cheater talked about the shock of losing their self-respect, that they didn't think that they were that kind of person, you know. So a lot of them are surprised by it. Serial cheaters are the most rare. That serial cheaters are the ones that have an affair, and then they have another affair, and then they have another affair. They always kind of have a pseudo marriage going on. They have their real marriage, and then there's always a partner on the side. That's a pretty rare, like 12% of people that have affairs are serial cheaters. Most cheating is a one partner for a long time or one night stand. And you would be surprised how many people there's a second partner. So you have the marriage and then you have the affair partner, but the affair partner's been around for 12 years. So they're like another marriage. There's a lot of that going on. Let's see. They were considering divorce from their spouse. They were very unhappy, but reached out to the ex-partner first. So what did they end up doing? Oh, there's going to be drama with the wife for sure, Jen. I mean, you think about it. In most of these situations where there's ended up being a dead spouse, how many of them the people were cheating? Betrayal is a really terrible thing. There you go, Funky. You got enough women to worry about. One's enough, right? They come with a lot of baggage, except for me. I've lost all my baggage. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, just learn how to bowl. It's a lot safer at pastime than having an affair. Angry wives tend to grab guns, you know. That happens. But seriously, you think about all the big cases. Shanann Ruchek, affair. Barry Morphew, affairs. Who else did we know? I met a married man once, asked why he was running around. He said it made his marriage more tolerable. Sure. I heard that. Yep. Sure did. Oh, 12 years is nothing, Nancy Drew. I'll tell you a story. This person had been in a long marriage. I think 50 something, 52 years, I think. Person entered, loved her husband. Like he's the greatest guy, bragged on him all the time in front of the grandkids, talking about how, sexy her husband was. And just, she just loved him, right? It's a family member. Just loved him so much. And he could do no wrong. Been a great provider, very, very successful in business, top of his field, and this, I'll call her my aunt. She was absolutely tickled to death with life. He was the greatest thing ever. Then he dies. And they're old, right? That like 68 years old, 70 years old, something like that. He was a little older than her. He was in his late 70s. And so he dies. So she goes in as a course of him dying. Now she's sad, but she knows they're older and he's going to die, and she's dealing with it okay. And she goes in to start cleaning things out. Well, the company was coming to get some stuff. So she had to go through the books and get his work stuff in order for the company to pick up. And so she goes in there and starts doing it. And lo and behold, what does she find? That's right. She finds evidence of another woman. And the other woman actually had a child with her husband. And when she got finished finding all of the information, she discovered that this relationship with the other woman had been going on for about 30 years. 30 years. So how confusing, what a terrible situation to be in, that you have the great fortune of spending a 50-year marriage madly in love with your spouse. He dies, you're in grief from death, only to find out that he's a cheating SOB and has a child from the other lady. What a mess, right? And to make a long story short, finding out about the other woman was really the best thing that could have ever happened to her. She got angry and she began seeing him as a real person rather than a god who could do no wrong. And as soon as she was able to start seeing him as a real person, that he was flawed, she started enjoying her life and spending all of his money. And so she and her friends, she started taking her friends on cruises. She was buying all the tickets, taking her friends on cruises. They all went to Disney World together. She was living the high life. All her friends got, Brahmin purses for Christmas. She got over it very quickly and was able to then enjoy the rest of her time. So, there's a lesson in that, right? Bad things happen to people, but sometimes the way we think about the bad thing is what really hurts us. If we can keep our thoughts in check and stay focused on facts and less likely to let our imagination run away with us, we can get over these bad things. We can tolerate these bad things if we can control our thoughts about them. Spend that cash, baby. That's right, DB. She used to say that she was celebrating his life. Every dollar she spent was another celebration of his life. How do people not know when their spouse are cheating with all this technology? I mean, how much did they need technology? They'd been in a 30-year relationship. They probably had a house or apartment together. So he was a businessman. He traveled a lot for business. He probably was not really traveling for some of those times. He was probably staying with the other woman. Yeah. Hard to decide, especially if wife is having substance abuse issues. The other thing I would say this is be careful about believing the stories of the cheater or the would-be cheater. I mean, they do a lot of equivocation to feel better about the cheating, right? I mean, he may legitimately want to have sex with someone else. And then he says, well, I'm a real POS for wanting to do that because I've got a perfectly great wife who loves me and treats me well. how could I do that? And so he makes up a lie. Oh, she's such a bad alcoholic. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, she's a pillhead. Oh my good. Oh my goodness. She does, we haven't slept together in 15 years. Oh my good. Those stories are not real. Those stories are not true. It's just a way for them to do what it is that they're wanting to do when they know it's, they're making a bad choice. So what is the other woman's situation, Nancy? If I ever get divorced, that just means I get a new hobby. Well, there's that too, Funky. You better be careful, Funky. You're going to get in trouble. You know about this technology. The old wife could have put some technology on your computer. There you go. Now you're in trouble, Funky. Oh, I know of a situation where that happened, Jen. A group of friends, yeah. They were all cheating on each other, but nobody supposedly knew. Because a lot of people were saying, oh, it's got to be a swinger group, right? But apparently it wasn't, because there was like this big fist fight in the driveway. Listen, this is pretty funny because it's a little small town that I come from. It's like 5,000 people, right? So everybody knows everybody. We went to a little private school, very small, and so everybody knows everybody. And so my daughter gets a telephone call from some kids that she knows, and they're like, oh my God, Mr. and Mrs. I don't know what to call them, Johnny, Mr. Johnny and Mrs. Susie, or they're in the driveway and they just punched Mr. Barry. And in broad daylight, this two men and two wives there's a third woman there who's not involved in this sex thing. And she's there trying to break up the fighting. And before you know it, then the two men are punching each other. Now, these were my friends, y'all. I am embarrassed to say this. They're out there in the driveway punching each other. One wife is so drunk she's laughing. The other wife is trying to break them up. And the kids, who really were probably 14, 13 years old, 14, they had been outside playing basketball, and they sat down in the driveway watching the fist fight and people screaming about who's cheating on who, calling all the other kids from the school to say that the parents of these other kids were having a fist fight. Look, people, if you're thinking about cheating, take my advice. Just get you a new dog. Okay. Don't blow your life up. It's not worth it. I promise. You don't believe in divorce, so you're stuck. Well, you know what? People can be happy being stuck right where they are. It's all the way you think about it, right? Focus on the good stuff. That's what it's easy. Focus on the good stuff. A Jane Fonda TV show with a similar theme. I had one of my students one time when I was a teacher. I had a student one time raise his hand during math class and ask if a man could marry a man. And I said, what do you mean? And of course, every kid in the class is looking at him like, what do you mean? Right? Everybody was in shock. Dad left mom the night before. Dad left mom and was in love with another man. That was a very uncomfortable moment in history. Other woman is in an unhappy, emotionally abusive marriage. Both partners had dated years ago. The guy wanted to marry her. Why don't you give us some names, some made up names, obviously not their real names, made up names because it's hard to follow the story. So you're saying that a man, let's call him Bob. So Bob is married to Kate, and Kate has a substance problem. And Bob wants to be married to Jane, and Jane is an alcoholic who is in an unhappy marriage with David. Is that right? And did David and Jane, did they used to date? And then Bob and Kate and Jane used to date. Bob and Jane used to date. Is that what you're saying? I had a neighbor who left her husband and married her love interest. Yeah, sure. It happens. Better be hurt by the truth than lies. They should just do their spouses and go for it. Yeah, Funky, I'm trying, okay? This Nancy is making this incredibly difficult. Kate and William used to date, and oh God. Okay, Nancy, let's pretend. Let's do it this way. Let's pretend that we're talking about Prince William and Princess Kate, and the other couple is going to be Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. But William and Harry are not brothers in this scenario. They're just guys, okay? Now, tell your story, but using those four people. And that may help us understand the situation. You're only 18 once. They're not the same people they were in their youth. They are deluding themselves. Who? We need some. Me and Funky are confused. Help us. How do we know they dated when they were 18? Is that how old they were? And if they were 18 when they dated, how old are they now? Like, are they 30? So it's been like 12 years? Or are they like 60? I feel like I need some, like, I don't know, Jeopardy music, right? I'm waiting. Let's get old Moonglow here off the. Tired of looking at him. See what else is here. Oh, if y'all seen Miss Alabama. Yeah. Here's Miss Alabama. Hey, Zelda, my friend. Have you ever seen the movie Letters from Juliet? No, really cheating, but long lost loves. Well, it's still cheating if they're married when they find each other. Once a man, twice a child. Oh, Zelda, you're going to get me in trouble, girl. Can't say that. Okay, so Bob is married to Kate. Y'all hang in there, okay? We're going to get this figured out. Bob is married to Kate. Kate has a substance abuse problem. Okay, we got that part. Now tell us about the other part, the other couple. So she said, first love, I made it the approximate age. Gotcha, DB. Okay. Old Moonglow. Well, I mean, he was Moonglow after the Haldol took effect. Okay, they were not married. Oh, Jen Madison, you're giving us another story. Wait a minute. Let's do one story at a time. What is that song? Who's due and who's due? Shoot. Let me think a minute. I'll remember the song. And whose car is parked outside? Is that the song I'm talking about? Don't you love country music? I'm gonna find it while Nancy Drew is describing the problem. Let's see if we can find it. Okay, do we have some answers here? Let's see. Alan Jackson, yeah. Okay, where is Nancy Drew? Nancy, I'm waiting on you to tell us what's going on, Nancy. Write the story. We're all intrigued. And while you do that, we're going to play a little song in the honor of your cheating friends.
Who's being true? Who don't even care anymore? It makes you wonder who's doing right to someone tonight, and whose car is parked next door.
Yeehaw! Okay, let's see if Nancy's got her story up yet. All right. Oh, look, she made a post. Okay. Okay, so William is married to Kate, and Kate abuses alcohol and pot. William used to date Meghan Markle and wanted to marry her years ago, and he has never forgotten her. There's going to be another post because we're not finished yet, because we don't know anything about Harry. Fractured Fairy Tales is going, okay, I am so confused. I'm going to tell y'all something. Before we get this full story all laid out and everybody's clear on who's cheating who, we're all going to need pot and alcohol. Okay, here's another. Okay, Megan is married to Bob, but she is unhappily married in a neglectful and emotionally abusive marriage. Okay, is Bob supposed to be Harry? Is that okay? Bob is Harry. Damn. Oh my God, Nancy. Okay, so Megan is married to Harry, but she is unhappily married. Okay, so I got that. Yeah, no, not Bob. We changed the words, Funky. It's Harry. Okay. All right. New story, Funky. You got to erase your memory banks and start over. William is married to Kate. Kate abuses drugs and alcohol. Harry is married to Megan, and Megan is very, very unhappy and wants to be with William. This is kind of turning out like real life or something, isn't it? We need a flow chart. Hell yeah. We need a flow chart, Nancy. If we're gonna solve their problems, we gotta have a flow chart. They could write their own Lifetime movie, right, Jen? And usually when there is infidelity, it could be, there's a lot of drama. Infidelity breeds drama, no doubt. But they broke up, so all was not perfect in paradise, or they would have stayed together. DB, hell, look, y'all, DB is my kind of girl. She is preaching facts, okay? I know a lot of women, they like to get all in their feels and they like to use their imagination and pretend that they're all princesses living in Buckingham Palace. Okay, I know that. Where everybody loves that idea of childhood love, right? That never goes away. You pine away from one another your whole lives until finally you get together, but then you're too old to enjoy it. Okay, I get that. All right. But DB is speaking fact. Was it really great? Was it really true love when they were 18 if they broke up? Obviously, something happened wrong, right? Okay, so now here we go. William is searching for Megan because he has always loved her. He could not stop thinking of her, even through his wonderful, loving, sex-filled, great marriage to Kate. He just couldn't forget about Megan, the girl he broke up with. Still has photographs of her when they were younger. He finds her online and he contacts her. And what does he say to her? Hi, it's William, Megan. I'm sorry I broke up with you. I was so stupid. You were really the only girl for me. I don't know why I was so foolish to want Kate. I really wanted you. And now that I've made both of us live our entire lives with the wrong people, now I want to destroy our spouses so that we can continue the bad relationship that we had in high school when we broke up. My advice, Nancy, to Megan and William, stop talking, go to marriage counseling, and keep your dull, boring life intact, because you are not prepared for the reality of infidelity and the ensuing hellhole of divorce, where both people are going to hate one another with such a vengeance that you are literally going to destroy your life savings, your family, your children. You are going to destroy everything for a little fantasy that's probably not even real to begin with. Something you've created in your mind. The reason that it seems like Megan is so perfect or William is so perfect is because you wrote that story in your imagination according to your greatest desires. There's no way a man, William, who is married to another woman for 30, 40 years, is a great, wonderful guy if he's loved you for 30 or 40 years, but he's having sex and children, sharing money and marriage with another woman, and now he wants to destroy her just to come find you. Why didn't he come find you 10 years into the marriage? Why wasn't he overwhelmed with love 20 years into the marriage? No. Make no mistake about it. William is dabbling because William is bored. First, it starts as friends, but he wants to know why she would not marry him. I know it's like a soap opera. I find it fascinating. Now they're in their late 40s. So it was 20 years apart. Huh. Well, what are your thoughts, Nancy? What do you want them to do? Yeah, then there's those relationships, right, Lady Rebel? Ooh, those are real. Yeah. That's pretty sobering, trying to coach somebody how to get a divorce and still be alive at the end of it. Yeah, that's harsh. Yeah. I'm always suspect of these first love, couldn't get you out of my system, always there. I'm really skeptical of that. I think a lot of that is just good old fashioned midlife crisis, getting scared, wanting a different partner. The old love is an easy mark, for a quick affair. Oh, look at Funky, the only man in the house, and he's going to bring in the Romeo and Juliet angle. That is impressive, Funky Jasunki. Are you sure you don't want to write movies for Lifetime TV? Because that was a good. I'm ashamed I didn't bring that angle in. That would be fun if we could do a soap opera advising night. That'd be so great, Peachy. Yeah, that'd be so great. He will leave his wife for her if she will leave her husband. Honestly, I don't know advice to give, but I think cheating is a bad idea. The scenario that you're describing, Nancy, as a person who's done research in infidelity, has looked at the factors for healing after discovery of infidelity, after spending, I don't even know how many hours running a group for people who have discovered infidelity in their primary marriage. I'm going to tell you straight up, this thing that you're describing, this is going to be hell on earth. This is going to turn into an absolute nightmare. Like right now, in their minds, they're playing out When Harry Met Sally, right? In their minds, it's a love affair of the ages. And as soon as they make this move, it's going to be Nightmare on Elm Street. Take my advice. If this guy, William, really wants to do this, he's better. It's easier. It's safer. It's less painful. Just get the divorce. Get the divorce, and then you can go out with whoever the hell you want to go out with. But all of this true love bullshit after 20 years in a bad marriage, no, it's not real. It's all fantasy. You're going to blow your lives up. Absolutely blow them up. Pretty bird. Hey, Barry behind bars. Unfortunately, I think the girl is vulnerable because she is in a bad marriage. Well, if she is in a unsafe marriage, then she needs to get help. She needs to get in touch with an organization that can get her out in a safe way and hide. I can't think of anything more unsafe than a man who would divorce his wife of 20 years, knowing he's going to immediately turn around and marry another woman. That is mindless. It's going to put both him and her in a dangerous situation. My question is, why does there have to be an affair? Why does there have to be sex involved? If what these two people are trying to do is to clean up their life and get into a healthier situation, why do they have to have an affair? Why does there have to be sex at all? Why can't they just make some sober, rational decisions about how to live an authentic and safe, healthy life? Get the divorce, get yourself into stable ground, and then if they're free, then they can date. But this whole thing about I'm going to divorce you, then I'm immediately marry you. I mean, to me, it sounds like borderline hell. I mean, like borderline personality hell. So it's definitely firmly deep inside the realms. In fact, it's like Dante's ninth circle of hell. Okay. We're definitely in hell, but I mean borderline personality kind of hell, like chaotic and confusing. Yeah, Jen, I have surpassed the illusion of love a long time ago. I love love. I'm not having problems with love. I think it's the the fantasy of true. How do I say it? The imagination of torrid love affair. I've heard that so often as the reason for literally destroying people. Like you've never seen anything until you've seen an entire family absolutely bulldozed over because some guy got horny or some wife decided to cheat. It's a terrible thing that you're doing to your family. It's absolutely, for what? It's a midlife crisis. That's what it's for. DB is hit the nail on the head, buddy. Megan being vulnerable makes him even more of a predator. He is not an honorable man. Of course, no, he's not an honorable man. He's talking about divorcing a woman that he's been married to for decades. For what? To pretend like he's in high school again? You can never go back to high school. He's a predator. He's on the prowl looking for sex. That's it. She looks like an easy mark. Yeah. Love is the state of mind. You know what the greatest love affair is? You want to know what it is? The greatest love affair is when you finally realize that you are a worthwhile and lovable person. When you begin to really admire yourself and love yourself and stop taking yourself for granted and treating yourself with kindness, that's a great love affair to be in. All the other stuff is just Band-Aids trying to make yourself feel better. Marriage survives most often when two imperfect people refuse to give up on each other. Absolutely, Jen. A long marriage is built on compromise and acceptance. Okay, so I didn't marry Matthew McConaughey, but I'm damn sure happy about the guy that I married. He's a great dad, or he takes good care of me. He fills my car up with gas, or he protects me, or he takes me to places I want to go. I mean, there's a lot of reasons for there to be a good marriage, but believing that it's going to be, Sleeping Beauty and Prince Charming, that's child play, be realistic. I could not handle it. My husband left me for a young gal, married 52 years. We are both getting older and have health issues. Turns out the party's over. Just the two of us is all we have left now. And that's a beautiful thing, Zelda. That's a beautiful thing that you guys have gone through life together. You stuck it out together. You supported each other together. And you say now at the end of it, all we have is each other. But do you know how many people have these illusions of unrequited love? They divorce their marriage partner, and then they end up dying alone. They end up at the end of their life and they're sitting completely alone in front of a television night after night after night. For what? For some fantasy of illusionary high school love. Don't let that happen to you. All right, all right, all right. He is a hottie. I don't care what anybody says. Matthew McConaughey is hot. That's just how it is. I said, get into counseling to work it out. I say that is a very good idea, Nancy. Absolutely. I personally think the guy, wait a minute. I personally think the guy was wrong to contact her and asked her why she didn't marry him. You know, one of the biggest destroyers of marriages has been Facebook. Did y'all know that? The number of people that reach out to old lovers through Facebook is at the heart of so many divorces. Now, let me ask y'all this. Why are they always reaching out to old lovers? Why aren't they just, reaching out to new people? I mean, there's plenty of ways to cheat in the year 2024. One of the reasons they're reaching out to people they used to date is this. They think, well, when I was in high school, she accepted me or he accepted me. He thought I was attractive in high school. She thought I was attractive in high school. So it's a pretty good shot that I won't be rejected. But if you're flirting and pursuing people that you've never gotten a seal of approval from before, you run a high risk of rejection, right? So if you're going through a midlife crisis, you're lacking confidence, you're feeling bad about losing all your hair, you're feeling bad about gaining 20 pounds, you don't really want to be rejected. So it becomes dangerous to try to start a sexual affair with a new person. But reaching out to old people that you had dated before or had sex with previously, less likelihood chance of being rejected. And that's really why they do it. Funky Jasunky said, people mistake me for Matthew McConaughey all the time. It gets really old. Sure, Matthew. I knew it was you all along. Marriage is also like a you. Marriage is also like a you. It is up then when people have kids, work, life stress, marriage takes a dip. Then when kids get older, there's an upswing again. Just have to make it during the bottom. Absolutely true. And a lot of people, once the kids leave, they don't recognize they have to relearn each other, right? They have to date again and fall in love again. Yeah. Yep. Had a few contact me. I blocked them and got off Facebook. Absolutely. I've had people reach out and me go, do not bring that into my life. No way. No. Because I always think too, here's the other part of it too. And I always want to ask people this when they're telling me, oh, I reached out to my old boyfriend or my old girlfriend, yada, yada. I always want to say, why? If you want to have an affair, the easiest way to get caught is by being with an old boyfriend or girlfriend, because that's exactly who your spouse is going to go look and check up on if he starts thinking, hey, you're cheating. The spouse is going to look at those old people you used to date. So if you really want to have an affair and not get caught, you're a hell of a lot better off to go as like a complete stranger that your spouse literally has no idea about. But that's not what people do. And again, I have had people tell me when I was doing the research, gathering the research, they would say, because I didn't want to be rejected. And so it was easy. Not high school. They were in early 20s. I'm single and will be 54 this year, but I've been single since 2003. I don't know how to begin again. I don't pick them very well. I'm good with being alone. So sometimes people are happier not being a part of a couple. Being a part of a couple can be a really difficult prospect. And depending on how you engineer your life and the kind of things that you enjoy, maybe it's not a very convenient thing to have that second half of the couple. So there's an awful lot of research. Like here's one. So there are times when one of the spouses will die young, right? And the question, like if your spouse dies when you guys are, I don't know, like 45, 50 years old, it's still young. But you're not likely to say, hey, let's have kids, right? You've already done that part of your life. So if you were to get married when you're 50, 55, it would be a partnership rather than bringing kids into it. Or you'd already have kids, stepkids and whatnot. So there's always this question of people that were in really, really happy marriages when the spouse dies early. Do they tend to want to stay in that marriage, that good marriage, and not get into a new relationship to preserve that sense of commitment to that spouse because it was in fact such a great relationship, right? And for a long time, the belief was you were less likely to get remarried if you had been in a really good relationship when your spouse died early or young. Well, when they did the research, it was shocking because what they found out was people that were in really, really good marriages when one of the spouses died at a young age, they are actually at a dramatic increased probability of getting remarried, and they're normally remarried within 3 years of the death of their spouse. And many of the people in this area were just so surprised. They said, how could we have been so wrong about this? And then the people that were in bad marriages, they are less likely to get remarried. People in bad marriages are like, I did that before, never want to do that again. No. And then they enjoy being on their own and dating different people and traveling and things like that. But if you were a part of a really good relationship, your spouse dies young, yeah, you're probably going to remarry. And if the research is correct, it will generally be within 3 years. I feel he is emotionally abusive. I think he is being emotionally abusive, Nancy, which would explain why the wife perhaps has a substance problem, right? I don't know why people don't take commitment and the long-lasting benefits of a relationship seriously. Too many think life should be nonstop fun and excitement to their detriment. I think I would agree with that. And I also think that people reach a certain age and they get scared of their mortality, and the idea of dating again and kind of being carefree, having illicit sex, I think kind of reclaiming some of those activities of their youth, I think it feels good, or at least the idea of it feels good. It doesn't usually last very long, though. If you're a serial cheater, yeah, you're still dating and carrying on. But people that act out a midlife crisis, it's not usually a successful thing. They think it's going to be better than what it actually is. You guys would not believe the number of people who regret cheating. And what is so amazing about it is that they will tell this story of how, somebody at work started being nice to them or whatever. They fell into like an emotional affair that eventually grows into a sexual affair. And they just think, oh, this is the greatest person. I can't live without him. I hate my spouse. I want out of my marriage so I can be with this other person. And then when they start the process of, oh, hey, by the way, I want a divorce, and the husband or the wife says, okay, you can have it. Go get your shit, get out. I don't care if you leave. I don't care. Suddenly, they're not in love anymore with their affair partner. Suddenly, they're like, what? You let me go that fast? Why? Like, why would you do that? Those people are the ones then that hang on to the marriage with clenched, just white knuckling. No, it was a mistake. I'm so sorry. Love me. Take me back. So, yeah, I tell people, if your spouse comes in and says, hey, I want a divorce, the greatest chance that your marriage surviving is for you to say, okay, pack now, go away. Done with you. Do it fast, unmercifully. Give them what they're asking for because they don't know what they're about to get. They'll be shocked at how uncomfortable they are. Yeah, I think that it's different times, depending on the circumstances. DB, I mean, I've talked to people who said that they fantasized and obsessed over someone for months and months and months, and then when they finally had sex with them, they were repulsed by them, like they didn't want anything to do with them. So it's a weird thing that people do, and what makes it so sad is people are so willing to go into infidelity with very little thought, a lot of justification, but the amount of damage that it brings is really shocking how destructive it is. Affairs from work, that happened to me with my ex. He met someone much younger. Yeah, Radmilla. I mean, a lot of this stuff happens at work. That's where they meet their affair partner. Yep, it's pretty bad. My neighbor took their son to a birthday party, came back, and dad was dead in the bed, had a heart attack. Yep, it does happen, Jen. It really does. I think you should be open, Martian Planet. But date, right? Just date and have fun. Obviously, you don't have sex with everybody you go out on a date with because that would be dangerous. But have fun. Go on dates and enjoy the moment, right? Don't get caught up on looking at, oh, is this the one? Is this going to be the next 10 years of my life? No, just if you go out on Friday night, look to have a good time on Friday night and then leave it where it is. And maybe Friday night becomes Saturday and Saturday night becomes Sunday. And then pretty soon you're dating 3 or 4 nights out of the week. And then pretty soon you realize, yeah, I don't want to date anybody else but this guy. They can listen to this stream. I feel really sorry for him, Nancy. I mean, it's not what they think it's going to be. It's going to tear both of their lives up. Well, yeah, I know what you're talking about when you say you seem to, be a magnet for sociopaths. It is incredibly complicated how some people do tend to attract certain types of people, not just people they're dating, but maybe even like certain kinds of friends, right? But they tend to attract certain types of situations and people where they act out their primary trauma. It's actually pretty fascinating. And it takes a lot of work to recognize the patterns of behavior that may be putting you in that situation. For example, how do you find the people you're going to date? Nobody ever thinks about this. Nobody ever says this, but it's so true, right? So people of my age range, what did we do when we were dating, when we were in high school or college? We went to bars. We went to dance hall. We went to disco. Well, I was a little too young with disco, but we'd go dancing and stuff. Urban cowboy, right? But if that's where you're going to get all your people you're dating, you're at a really, you're very likely to end up with an alcoholic, because that's what alcoholics do. They go to the bar and drink, right? So if you've been with people before that had a drinking problem, try to think of other places to meet people, not the bar, not the dance hall. eHarmony.com is really a great service that really people don't talk much about anymore. But one of the reasons that I say it's a really great service is this. They actually have a personality assessment. I know this because one of the people that I'm friends with, he and I got our PhD together. He actually works for eHarmony.com, and he does the work developing their tests and whatnot. But you take personality tests, and then the computers match up the results of the personality testing, and matches up things like job types and like living styles and things like that. And so the people that you get matched to, you're very likely to be a good match already. So you don't run into that problem of, oh, I go to the bar to try to meet people to date. Funky says Walmart has a good selection these days. It is fun, Fractured Fairy Tales. Absolutely. I love it. Yeah. I haven't done this in a really long time. It's been a long time since we had one of these nighttime chats, right? Yeah, but Nancy, that does happen all the time. Like I said, I have four guys have reached out to me, not now, but through the years. 4 guys reached out. Hey, just seeing what you're doing. How are you? You look great. But it is completely our choice whether we want to respond. Like one of the most significant ex-boyfriends that reached out to me, I was in shock. I was like, oh my God, why in the world would he send this message to me? He's married, got their family, they just had a new baby. And I just blocked, like I didn't even consider hitting okay to the friend request. Block, done. It was, yeah, you have the ability to exercise good judgment. Oh yeah, why didn't her parents want him to be with her? Well, you're not a pain in the ass here, Martian Planet. We love you. You're a sweetheart. You're one of my good friends on here. Hey, Moonlight View. Welcome. Good to see you. Radmilla says, absolutely block your exes. I'm with you, girl. Block, block, block. Do not welcome that voodoo into your life. Absolutely. Yeah. I don't think it was religion, Funky. I think they said it was was it ethnicity? What is it? Hold on. I got to go back up. Ethnicities and cultural differences. Interesting. ethnicities and cultural differences. Yeah, that, I am glad you did too, Moonlight. You missed a lot, though. Oh my God, we have talked about Sebastian. We've talked about Chad Daybell. We've talked about Kelsey Ray and the unschooling queen. We talked about a lot tonight. We're talking about affairs now. All my blocked exes. All my exes live in Texas, and I blocked them. Funky always gets the end. I know. I don't know why y'all don't come on earlier. I know why. Because y'all are hanging out with those fancy YouTubers. That's why you don't come in here till the end of the conversation. Because you're out there, you're hanging out there with the big dogs. And then when the big dogs go to sleep, then you go, okay, well, let me go see where the leftovers are. Yeah, I know. I know how y'all are. That's right, Nancy. Agreed. Better to present both sides and encourage counseling. The Gottman method. Go to the website for Gottman and find a Gottman certified marriage therapist. There's a lot of us insomniacs, Peachy. Did you know that insomnia is positively correlated to IQ? That is right. We are all geniuses. Left her. Who had drama, Funky? I don't know why. Every time I look at Funky Jasunki's name, I don't know why, but my brain says Funky Cole Medina. Boom, boom. Whose channel were you on that had drama? We can go lurk and watch some drama. Please don't tell me it was Queen Bee. Please. The mother remarks come from a sarcastic view of my relationship with the mother. It's not ideal, but long as we don't talk, things work out. Just don't speak to her. Y'all walk around with signs, Shalimar, yes, no, maybe. Gottman, Gootman. Researching pastina recipes, Grandma's Cure. Oh my God, did I miss drama tonight? What kind of drama, Funky? What happened? Man, I hate that I missed that drama. So rest assured, I'm self-aware and laugh at my situation often. Yes, Fractured Fairy Tales, but they have certification programs for using the Godman method. Terry Lynn and Julia, were they? Oh my God, who was fighting who? Oh my goodness. You should have told me earlier, Funky. I should have gone in there to lend support. Let's go see what happened. My goodness. Drama, drama, drama. Hey, I'm telling you, I think Julia's pretty badass. Funky Cole Medina. Oh. Oh, they're still live. Hmm. She leaves notes outside my door. Terry Lynn is accusing Julia of threatening. Oh my good. I don't believe that. No, don't believe it. Where is the drama? It's allegedly with Brittany J. Good grief, says Miranda. I'm with you, Miranda. Yeah, good grief. Jules, I had a psychology professor who once said in class, be careful who you let love you. Be careful who you let love you. As I got older, that statement made more and more sense to me. Absolutely, Nancy. Yeah, I think it's Chris Watts and Shanann Watts. I think that's a perfect example. I mean, Shanann tells a story of not really liking Chris until she was able to sleep on his leg for, was it 3 hours or something? And she decided that was an indicator of a quality person. It's very interesting what people look for in a relationship. They were arguing in the chat. Okay. Oh, I like both of them too. Well, all three of them. Yeah, but Julia, no, she's that type of background that she has, the military and handling dogs, working dogs. She's not she's not a drama queen. That she wouldn't be attracted to that kind of thing. Nope. Something else going on there. Yeah, she may not have. It doesn't look like they're talking about anything controversial right now. Yep. Tone lock. Yep.
Turn out the lights, the party's over. They say that all good things must end. Call it a night, the party's over, and tomorrow starts the same old thing again.
All right, I'm getting sleepy, people. Let's see. I have a friend whose man is a nightmare. I saw him from far off, and he saw me as a potential problem for him and proceeded to message me from her phone, posing as her from her Facebook. I blocked all channels, but said sad because he is abusive to my friend, and I can no longer get in touch with her. That is very sad, Martian Planet. I'm sorry that happened to y'all. Yeah, abusive people are fairly insidious in figuring out ways to hurt people. Really sorry about that. Ali Abulabon. Yeah, I was trying to place that guy. Was this the story where both he and the wife were influencers? I couldn't remember it. I think that's the one where she finally got away from him, and then he ended up murdering her, but they were technically split up at the time. Is that the right story? Yeah, that was fair. That was pretty horrible. But they got him, right? Isn't he going to jail?
Has the Midtown Ripper claimed a fifth victim, the body of another?
I can talk to him.
Oh, you can?
Yes, I can. Can't seem to get a profile really sticks on
I
this
didn't
guy.
know
Never,
Toby
never,
Keith
never.
was in a movie.
Back again. Dude, hey, he don't like his stuff touched.
Really, man, come on. 6 o'clock news says somebody been shot. Somebody's been abused. Somebody blew up a building. Somebody stole a car. Somebody got away. Somebody didn't get too far. Yeah, they didn't get too far.
Grandpappy told my pappy back in my day, son, a man had the answer for the wicked that he done. Take all the rope in Texas, find a tall oak tree, round up all of them bad boys, hang 'em high in the street, where all the people can see. Where all the people can see.
That justice is the one thing you should always find. You gotta saddle up your boys, you gotta draw a hard line.
When the gun smoke settles, we'll sing a victory tune, and we'll all meet back at the local saloon.
We'll raise up our glasses against evil forces, singing whiskey for my men, beer for my horses.
All right. Are you hungry? Is that why you're bugging me? Is it time for your nighttime snack? Am I late for your nighttime snack? Toby Keith played at the pre-inauguration festivities in 2017. I went. It was great. 3 Doors Down played too, and a few others. Good times. You know, the death of Toby Keith, that is the first time I ever cried about a celebrity. I don't know why it hit me so hard. But you know, when Toby Keith came to prominence, he was a constant in my young adult and like my young adult years. He was always on the radio, or I was playing his videos, or you know, so maybe that's why. But it was weird because like John Michael Montgomery, like I know, or I did know him, but I don't know. There was something about when Toby Keith died just seemed so tragic. It's really terrible. I'm glad that you had fun, Martian Plan. I had a good time too. This was great. It's really, really fun. And yeah, you didn't know that he was ill. I knew that he was sick. But I had not seen that last concert that he gave. He was very, very, very sick. I think he knew, you know. And that song he sang, "Don't Let the Old Man In," brings tears every time I hear it. It's tragic. Thank you for coming over, Funky. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, I had a great time. You owe me 75 cents for the whiskey and $1 for the horse. There you go, Shalimar. Thank you. All right, people, I am sleepy, but you guys have been great fun and great company. And I really, really, really care about you guys. So thank you for hanging out with me. All right. Y'all have a good night. I hope everybody sleeps really well. And, you know, I'll be back on tomorrow. All right. Y'all have a good evening. Thank you. Good night.